purely because of my own foolishness. So I'm going to need a minute to load things up. I've reset the computer and it's still trying to figure out what it's about. But this will give me a minute to figure out if I've got quality options and all of that. I'm going to do my best to keep the intro stuff in the first 10 minutes, but I'm not going to lie. I've been working like from the start of the day until now. I've been working straight. So I'm starting the stream about 4 hours later than what I normally would, and about 3 hours later than I was expecting. So I kind of need to decompress a little bit. I've had something to eat. I've had myself at least a little bit of breathing room there. But I don't think it would hurt, especially given the fact that I'm seeing basically 100% CPU utilization. Oh, good God. Hello, Angry Cat. Thank you very much for being so patient with me. The stream might be garbage at the moment. Let me see what I can do to get that fixed. Why is there so much? For me, usually start late. So now it's near early morning. Oh, I feel really bad about that. Okay, I'm just going to give this computer a minute for... Yeah, screw you, Gavia. Okay, I think my computer's ready to go. So yeah, I'm going to do my best to try and keep this within the 10-minute point, but I am going to take some time for myself because I've been burning through stuff kind of like all afternoon. Basically, since lunch, I've been working constantly, and that's actually more convenient. Oh, okay, that's good to hear then. Actually, there's a side of me that thinks I should get coffee, but that'll just pull the stream a bit later. So before I open up Phantom Brigade, I would like to remind you all that I do have an Epic affiliate link. I'll put the game tag in here. So if you want to buy Phantom Brigade, you can pick that up. And if you buy it using that affiliate link, or if at checkout you put the creator code SystemChalk, you'll credit me with the sale. Now, I'm sorry to start off with buying stuff off the top of the stream, but the reason I want to mention that is because Star Wars Squadrons is opening. What is going on here? I'm curious if that's real. The reason why I wanted to mention that is Epic has currently got their Black Friday sale. It's going on until December the 3rd. There are a few good ones. I guess it really depends on what you're looking for as far as I really wish I could stop. I think Squadrons is updating. There's a few good ones there. So Squadrons is 40% off, although I guess that's available on Steam now as well. Half off GTA 5. SnowRunner was a recent one that came out. Red Dead Redemption 2, 33% off. Watch Dogs Legion. Borderlands, 67% off. Control, half off now. If you didn't pick up Troy when it was first available, that's got its first discount at 10%. Now, again, a lot of these ones are now out of their Epic exclusive period. So for some of you, it may just be as easy to wind up picking that up on Steam. Again, the whole point is to get you to support developers that you like and look for stuff that works for you. A couple that I think are only on Steam that might be of interest to you. Journey to the Savage Planet is 50% off. So Canadian, that's $16.49. And again, I'm making a guess here that these are available on Epic. I don't, or only available on Epic. I need to double check some of these, I think. And of course, a lot of the Ubisoft titles now are either only available on Uplay or on the Epic Store. So if you're particularly inclined to pick up some of those, I'm actually rather fond of The Division 2. The new Ghost Recon did absolutely nothing for me, so I'm kind of glad I didn't buy that. But yeah, I mean, if you want maybe the new Anno game, if you'd like if you'd like, Ghost Recon, maybe that spoke to you better than it did me. The new Watch Dogs Legion game is on sale. But needless to say, there's a bunch of sales going on. If you like some of the stuff that's on Epic, you don't mind using it, you can get it. You can get some deals there now. And even if you don't use it, the game Mud Runner is the current free game available until December 3rd. It looks like Phantom Brigade streams are doing fairly well. Who knows? Maybe this 4-hour time will provide some new viewers. Possible. I've actually been really pleasantly surprised by how warm the reception has been to Phantom Brigade. And I know I've been very happy with the people who come. So again, concurrent views are important to some people. I am disappointed in Paradox for basically ghosting me after it seems like they made a change on the concurrent viewers thing, but that's their prerogative. That is one reason now why I would want to focus a bit on concurrent views. But there is a very important dimension to remember, which is the quality of viewership. I know, so I'm not going to say who the streamer is, because I'm going to be saying some not very nice things about their chat sometimes, but I know some people who do this for a living. And there's one streamer I remember who definitely got a good reputation for a game that they were quite fond of. But that particular game also attracted a certain type of viewer that really was very unpleasant, and very unpleasant to them. And the thing is that if you're paying the bills with it, it's not that he would necessarily let very bad behavior go by in terms of his own stream. I think he kept, he tried to keep a good community as well as he could. But again, chat moves fast, you miss stuff. And the fact of the matter is that he now has a pretty regular group of mods who have to deal with people's bad behavior in chat. And, this isn't guaranteed when you have large audiences, but this is what I mean by quality of viewership. If you play a game that attracts a lot of people, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have a good time. And what's been very pleasantly surprising about Phantom Brigade is that this game is so good. Oh god, I love this game. But there have been some new people who've stopped by the stream, and they've been really pleasant. It's been a lot of fun to hang out, and particularly see the people who are on the fence about this game, because it's been they really just knocked it out of the park on this thing. So it's probably not a bad time to mention, obviously I've talked about my affiliate link with Epic, and if you didn't think that was enough conflict of interest, it's not really conflict of interest, it's my stream, for God's sakes, right? If I'm going to take a sponsorship or an affiliate or any kind of way of making money that I can, but I need to disclose it. So for those of you who are thinking picking up this game, and you do wind up getting it on the Epic Store, obviously that Epic link helps me, and again, you can, if you wind up buying something else on the Epic Store, you can type System Chalk inside that. But also keep in mind that Brace Yourself Games very kindly sent me a key to Phantom Brigade specifically for promotional purposes, and they did that with Industries of Titan as well. I'll be getting back to that. They actually did a really great little. You're not on the fence. You're just blocked by the fence that it's a 2011 PC. Yeah, I don't know what the system requirements are. Actually, I'm not gonna push you towards the game, but I should probably know that for people who want to know what the deal is. So what do you need to run Phantom Brigade? I'm kind of curious. So minimum requirements, i3 2105 or a Phenom 2 X3 720 and 8 gigabytes of RAM, minimum graphics card, an NVIDIA GTX 560 Ti or a Radeon HD 5870. The recommended would be Core i5 4460 or an FX 4300, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and a GTX 1060 or Radeon R9 390X. CPO Williams, long time no see, although I do occasionally catch you on Steam. How have you been? Have you seen Phantom Brigade yet? You might like this game a lot, actually. But for those of you who don't know him, CPO Williams is a very long time viewer of the channel. It's always really cool to catch up with him. I went and did a silly thing, and moved across the country, which makes it a little inconvenient to kind of get in touch. It's always really cool to catch him on the streams. I hope you've been well. To get back to the point I was saying earlier, it's important to disclose this stuff, right? Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm sweetness and light, and to be honest with you, I really like Brace Yourself game. I would argue that the incentive to me is probably a little bit more along the lines of I would really like to see studios like Brace Yourself Games continue to make really good games. I like what Brace Yourself does. I think I really want to see more Canadian game developers do really well. I'm very grateful when people use these affiliate links, but I'm never going to pay the rent off of this stuff. It's just, that's really not the kind of broadcaster I am. Well, I can't say never, right? Like, I don't know, maybe there'll be a really weird set of circumstances in which all of a sudden my profile goes up by a lot, but that's not the reason why I do that. But with that in mind, right, we do live in a time when influencer marketing, where the idea of trying to build some kind of a personal relationship with an individual or a personality, or to try and deal sort of the earnestness or genuine nature of something like sort of a self-directed broadcast, this is a thing that marketers are aware of. And the best way to deal with the negative effects of something like that is to just be upfront. Make it a standard practice to say, I was given a key for this for promotional purposes. It's up to you to decide what to make of that. And that's kind of the reason why I say this sort of stuff. So, living life struggling with algebra. No, you've not seen it. You do love mech games, though. So, CPO, don't feel afraid. I know, we seem to go through these stages where neither of us, necessarily plans I'm not going to talk to you for an extended period of time. But we do sometimes wind up in these cases where it's been a while since we've chatted. I'm really happy to talk about math stuff with you. So if you're struggling on something and you find that the material that's teaching you is not helping you work this stuff out, let me know. I don't mind. I definitely don't mind trying to, try to give you a leg up if I can. Your professor's not teaching. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so that's a bigger problem that I just committed myself to. But I'm willing to give it a shot. But yeah, if you need a hand, let me know, because the one thing about math is I may not be great at it, but it is one of these things where it's a standard set of rules. Like, there isn't this magic moment where all of a sudden, all the rules just suddenly change out of nowhere. So, Mad King Brutus, how you doing? 030. Sorry, what am I missing out on here? What's going on? So I was blabbling on about influencer marketing, but I think that's important. Letting you know that CPO Williams is a deeply valued member of the community. And I hope, beyond the algebra stuff, that you're doing all well. Matrices are evil. Oh my god! I did not know that you were onto linear algebra. Matrices are super cool for what I do, but yeah, that's good. They really ramped that up on you. You were solving quadratic equations the last time we talked. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're into the real stuff. Hopefully you know what logarithms are now. Or not logarithms. You knew what logarithms were. What E is. You were right. You don't have to be a math genius to get into economics. I mean, to do well in the courses, you kind of need to be, especially graduate level. They pound you with math, and it is the language in which you tend to express the ideas. But I'm not Tom Sargent. Although even Tom Sargent that says Lars Peter Hansen, another Nobel Prize winner, is better at math than him. So I don't know. I think everybody says they're bad at math. So, But I genuinely like I struggle with some stuff. I need to pick up some textbooks again. Anyway, sorry. I got past the 10-minute thing and I still haven't been playing the game. So let's jump into some Phantom Brigade. Let's play it, and I'll tell you a little bit why I like this game, why I think it's interesting. So right now we're sitting in Celebration. We're salvaging the base. We've got repairs. So we're basically going to be stuck in place for about 5.5 hours game time, not real time, obviously. Now I learned a little something about my pilots, which is helpful. So fatigue, and I think this is in the FAQ on the Brace Yourself Discord. But basically, the way fatigue works is that 0 is like the maximum level of enthusiasm, whereas 200 is exhaustion. So basically, the middle, like, your value comes to the 0, like the thing that you'd normally think of as 0. It's just a difference in scaling. So like what you'd normally think of as 0 in terms of a fatigue system is 100. Everything kind of moves towards this resting position of 0. If you're below 0, your pilots are really, like, they're really fresh and enthusiastic. And if you're above 100, that means your pilots are starting to get tired. So the fact that the reason why my pilots kept raising in terms of fatigue was basically the fact that they were, like, their enthusiasm was dimming over time. That was a perfectly natural thing. Technically, yes, my pilots were getting more tired, but they were getting more tired in a way that completely makes sense. It's not bad that they didn't, like, put the middle value at 0. Obviously, the scale, like, you can scale it however you want. But I had an expectation that 0 was like the resting point, whereas in this game it's actually 100. So that was an important detail. It does mean that I wound up wasting quite a bit of scrap, but that's fine. I've had enthusiastic pilots for the better part of the game, so it's probably not so bad that I'm gonna slowly wean myself off of that. We've already liberated the sector. I don't believe there's any more red territories. We also already explored this little area here. So what we're going to be doing for the next few turns, I'm going to, finish partying and repairing the mech. We've got a fuel processing plant, a farm, and a village. It's also worth noting that I guess it's Laga is the that's going to be the next sort of level. Vremel's 6, Hosfred is 5, and Maple is 7. So I suppose the way you'd normally follow something like this would be Laga, Hosfred, Vremel, then maybe move on to Maple. The final, apparently the tough one is the capital district. This is supposed to be the objective, 16 plus. Although it's a little weird to see something like Backfist. It seems like there's so many other regions here that are higher than the capital. So I'm not 100% sure about that, but we won't worry too much. I don't think we should worry too much about those details. I suspect we'll probably have a new patch before I get to any of that. So let's not, I won't waste too much more time. I'm going to hit the play button and we'll at least get the celebrations and salvage done. So we've got a fuel processing plant, farm, and then the village. And we've got this whole wide area, empty area over here. So what I might do is the same tactic that I employed before. We sort of just move the base sort of into the middle open area. Try and sort of get the radar to sort of tickle the further areas that we know we're not going to hit as we go through. And then basically kind of run from the fuel processing plant, farm, and then take out the village. So here we go. Oh, 118 out of 100. So I was just a little weirded out by that black line down below. So this is kind of the XCOM 2-ish part of... Well, I mean, even... So XCOM... A lot of these games actually have kind of the strategic layer that's interesting. Okay, so we've got a convoy we can bully. I actually think that's not a bad idea for me to sort of run in and mess with that. Hello, what's that? Oh, that's my... Oh my god, that's a barrack. That's huge. Okay. God, okay, that's actually going to be one of the tougher fights. Although my team is never going to be fresher, so maybe we want to go for let's run in for a tough let's run in for a tough fight. Actually, this is like the central. I lost my nerve. Although, looks like there's a convoy I can bully. Oh god, there's so much activity going on here. Attack! A hostile squad is passing nearby. Our base is now within their sensor range, so moving would reveal our position, but we have the upper hand for now. If we're not prepared to face an enemy, we may be able to execute an emergency retreat, but now could be a good time to strike. Suit up. So we've kind of already maxed out our mechs. Now I'll admit the behemoth so the behemoth is a creation of mine. It moves very slowly. Now we knew that was going to be a thing no matter what, but its utility is a bit more questionable, I think. So I'm gonna definitely be sort of auditing the performance of the behemoth for a while. Power to mass ratio. I gotta figure out some of these other what some of these other details are. Oh yeah, like this thing is like a third of the speed of the others, which is fine if I can come up with a good use for it. But decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. What it all comes down to really is whether or not I'm able to, whether or not I'm really able to get the, get the job done where I'm standing. So like right here is a really terrible spot for the behemoth because it's behind mountains. So any kind of attack that it would do over this range is sort of nullified. It's kind of neat. We're a bit surrounded, so this convoy is not an easy job. So for those of you unfamiliar with Phantom Brigade, probably the thing that makes it the most interesting is that in the game, there's basically an AI that perfectly predicts the next 5 seconds into the future. You have perfect knowledge of what the enemy is going to do, and you build strategies around it. So this game is very much its own game, but I think if you are looking for points of comparison, I would say you probably wouldn't go wrong if you did your comparisons between Into the Breach, XCOM, and Frozen Synapse. Those are probably the ones that I would compare it to the most. So I'm going to take a slightly different approach to the battle this time. So the behemoth is actually not currently at risk. So we've got 3 units attacking us from here. We got 2 units attacking us from this end. Now we can take advantage of the cover that the terrain gives us against these 3 units. So the most natural strategy that I could employ would be to take out this tank, take out this mech. It's also rather convenient that this mech is not sitting on a shield, so I'm in some good shape there. And so essentially, as long as I'm able to deal with the attacks that are coming from these 2, which seem to be dedicated entirely to Tango. I believe Tango is also equipped with a shield, so if I want, I can just throw that up and laugh at my enemies. But what's nice is that we're covered on this angle. I can get my entire squad to turn around and put the hurt on these two units, and then as long as we wipe them out in time, we're going to be able to turn around and clean up the enemy over here. One last thing that I'd like to get done. It sounds like some anime bully just right up your alley. Again, I've been. This is my 3rd session with this game, and I'm just having so much fun. This game is so well done. And it's like, again, it's version 0.1.1. I have no idea what this thing's going to look like in the finished version. So there's some good news here that this is an autocannon. The autocannon has a range of 12 to 24 meters. I don't know if you get you don't get to see sort of the targeting circle around them, but I'll come up with some examples in terms of how small that is. This guy is sitting on a sniper rifle. Okay, so if we can knock this guy out, that would be pretty cool. Anyways, that's got a range of 81 to 120. This guy definitely wants to engage us at a distance. And so I particularly want to make sure that this unit is in a position of safety. So this unit is not threatening to us until it gets in close. This unit prefers to engage us at a distance. And that actually makes things a bit inconvenient for us so far as the protecting ourselves behind these hills are concerned, because of course this guy's going to want to hold back, and if we try to move in, close the distance to wipe him out, it means that all of a sudden we're going to have to deal with crossing terrain in which we have 3 other units raining down pain on us. So this guy's sitting on an autocannon, and heavy machine gun and a medium handgun. Okay, so this actually gives me a bit of good news as well. I think for the most part I can afford to ignore. I think I can afford to ignore the enemy units from this hand side. Okay, I'm actually going to wind up changing my strategy up a little bit. This machine gun is actually a threat to me. So one of the things that these tanks are going to prevent me from doing is move in close on this unit. This is actually probably why they're firing at the times that they do, because if I rush to try and close the gap with this unit, their gun is not going to be as effective. Sean, how you doing? It's on your wishlist on Steam? No problem. Surely you've seen this. I can't remember if you saw me do this or Industries of Titan. It's all a blur. I had a really late day. Actually, also, guys, by the way, CPO, you said just finished sequences. I didn't know if there was a follow-up to that, but I'm frazzled today, so please don't take that as me ignoring you. I just didn't have anything to say on sequences. But it's all important. Oh, great! Yeah, another brilliant game by Brace Yourself. So, yeah, I think the purpose for these tanks to move up close is actually not so much to threaten me, so much as it's to prevent me from trying to target this guy. I still like the idea of wiping out the threat on the left-hand side, so that. Oh yeah, sorry. I was also watching Jagmeet Singh play Among Us, which. He's actually very much like I thought he would be on Twitch, both in like the good and the bad ways. But it was a really fun stream to watch. I think it's still going actually. But Jagmeet Singh Jagmeet is the correct pronunciation. He is a leader, for those of you who aren't Canadian, he's a leader of a political party in Canada called the NDP. The NDP is a left-leaning party which has not formed government. They tend to come in third most of the time in elections, but they also have sort of a provincial, which is our version of state, party, and those provincial parties have gone on to form governments in some cases. So he is he's streaming with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, obviously member of the House of Representatives from New York. And I actually don't know specifically how much they have in line. I know like the optics are really good for them to be on the same side on some issues. I'm actually not quite sure how much overlap the NDP has with quote unquote the squad, but that's also because I don't like look into that stuff really run. Yeah, well, what was funny about that one, I'll admit, Sean, again, I'm sorry to skip the gameplay. What's funny about Among Us for politics? I mean, so first of all, Singh is definitely very genuine, and it's actually hilarious how he has kind of the opposite of a poker face when he's caught. He has been the imposter like a ridiculous number of times. But what I thought was really funny is that like they're definitely trying to make sure that the political message gets pushed. So when they have stuff like, they say it's like, if you support like us putting in a wealth tax on the richest corporation, like this is basically what they said, type !yes in chat. And I was like, voting in this game means you eject stuff out of the airlock. Like maybe we don't want to be voting on NDP policy planks while you're playing Among Us. But again, it's super fun. It's it's the big thing, right? You want to go where the people are. It's actually, I think it's very good politics. I have a feeling, for those of you who care about Canadian politics, I actually don't think the NDP's threat is going to be coming from being insufficiently cool. I've noticed that our Conservative Party has definitely been coming out with a really pro-union message. And as someone who's basically been as a member of some kind of a union through most of his working life, I can definitely tell you that, like, not every union member is super into left politics. Left parties are very, they traditionally take unions as a kind of their group. But like, if you imagine a bunch of electricians or a bunch of plumbers, or like in camera, I was making fairly good money. Like, yeah, people like unions, but the rest of their policy, like, their social policy, like they didn't like paying high taxes. They liked the fact that they had a union, and everything else would definitely make them a more right wing in terms of their political beliefs. And one big story, so there used to be this story that people would say about immigrants in Canada. It's like, well, immigrants are always going to vote Liberal because Liberals support, permissive immigration policies. And it's true, but it's also true that a lot of immigrants, so for instance from Korea, are very devout Christians and actually have a very heavy social conservative backbone. And Jason Kenney, when he was involved with the federal Conservative Party, identified that and specifically targeted that group. And that led to a very large part as to why the Conservatives were able to stay in government for so long and achieve the successes that they did. So this is the funny thing about some of the stuff that's happening. Like, having worked on political campaigns, I know that one of the best ways that you can change the mind of a voter and get someone to vote for you is to actually have the politician meet you. And if you're going to where the people are, let's face it, Twitch is a thing, streaming is a thing. And it's because of the pandemic, a lot of us are kind of getting to know each other or just generally keeping social ties through games, particularly social games like Among Us. Clearly Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez got a lot of attention for playing Among Us on Twitch. So it's one of these things where if you have a big mover and you have a certain alignment over things, you're going to, this is something that can really pay off for you politically. But oddly enough, I actually don't think the NDP's threat right now is not being sufficiently cool. I actually think that they have got a rather unexpected attack from the right that's coming from them. But anyways, so this is how I get political. I get into the boring parts of politics. Story about Phantom Brigade, Angry Cat. Probably most of it's going to be implemented in later patches. But essentially, we're an insurgency after this country has been taken over by an authoritarian group. I'm not sure if it's sort of a takeover from within or if we are an occupied country, but we're basically in this mobile base liberating provinces. So it's very similar to XCOM 2 in the sense of you running from region to region, avoiding a stronger force. I'm sorry that's so disappointing after I monologued so much about politics, but there you have it. Okay, so I'm still going to treat these as if they're sort of a threat. If I can take advantage of the cover, I will. But it's good to know that the majority of attacks that are coming from these tanks are going to be something I can safely ignore until they get close. So this was the unit that moves very, very slowly. However, I do want to see, actually, you know what, let's just start with seeing what the range is. So again, you get to place your attacks on the ground, you get to place your attacks on the timeline anywhere within the 5 seconds, and the game does provide you a nice little, nice little optimal range for your weapon. So as you can see here, the machine gun's got a nice big range, and that's true for this, they've got the exact same weapon over here. So, but I know who's being targeted by that. If you take a look at the red lines, it gives you perfect information. So what I want to do here is I want to get this guy into a position where this unit is going to be attacking. Basically, I want to do the full run of the machine gun in the optimal range, if I can. And then the rest of the movement's going to be about disabling this tank by the end of the turn, and then kind of cleaning up whatever parts I can go. In recent news, a group of hippies with engineering degrees dismantle a whole totalitarian regime. I mean, definitely all I can know about is the authoritarianism of the occupying force. I can't actually make any statements as to the politics of the Phantom Brigade other than they like freedom, which makes them American. All right, so we're just gonna go stomping all over everything. I don't have any melee units yet, so I'm not 100% on how melee combat works. It's a shame because this would have been like the perfect spot for this attack, but I can make it happen. Ah, Jesus. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I didn't want to do the dash, but the reason I didn't want to do the dash is because of the heat that it generates. God damn. It is ridiculous that I'm sitting in a mech and I'm making way for the tank. Okay. So we dash, we keep walking. It's so hard to see the distance on this thing. Okay, that's premature. Alright, that's not going to be as effective as I was hoping it would be, but it's what I got to work with. So clearly I need to deal with Foxtrot next. They're going to have a problem. So Foxtrot's the one that gets targeted. Nope, Foxtrot's only being targeted by this unit, so that gives me a little wiggle room. I think what I might do is get Foxtrot to walk around the side like this. Okay, so if I walk, I get smushed. Okay, still collision. So I'm probably going to have to stay put for a little bit. So there's a couple questions about where I want to be, and well, okay, there's actually one other thing I can do, which is to also zoom forward. Whether that's a wise decision is another matter, but okay, so if I do that, I'm actually walking into an attack. No, I'm not, because I'm going to be... Okay, let's actually get this dealt with right away. So if I do this... Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, that's not so good. So let's wait that out a little bit. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to get this guy to get a pot shot on the tank. Oop. Okay, and if I walk away, so shoot. And he tags me on my way back. So really, like, this is the kind of move I hate making. So, out. I gotta be able to wait for at least a little while. Yeah, he still gets hit. Okay, I think this is a little optimistic. So, let's hide him behind the hill. That gives me a start. So the question that I basically have with this unit, the only reason why I moved them so rapidly like that, I actually wonder if I can get away with another dash. So what I'm really trying to do here is close the distance as quickly as possible and get a shot from behind on on this unit. Okay, so my primary weapon, that is a ridiculous range. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it work. Well, no, actually, hang on. Never say never. Ah, but I overheat. Yeah, that's the gotcha. Okay, well that's going to make life interesting for him at the end of the turn. But it does get me an attack on the back, which damages the pilot. Okay, I definitely do want to find something for this unit to do. Well, I mean, one of the things I could potentially try is just to get... Okay, here's an interesting idea. So maybe I do the opposite. I get this guy to, like, jet all over the place. So jet. I mean, it's crazy. But I have this really weird feeling that might actually turn out. And again, it's an attack that's really close to... Sorry, it's an attack that's not really in an optimal spot. But so this is ignoring the entire, like, take advantage of the hill, and what I'm doing instead is getting really aggressive on this first turn to blast a shotgun at this unit. One of the reasons I feel that I can do that with this unit in particular is because they have a shield. So if people decide to try any funny business with him, he just tosses up his shield and laughs at the damage that they do. Okay. Well, I sort of made some choices on that one. Who attacks this guy? Okay, so this is an interesting opportunity here. Basically, this unit doesn't really get attacked by anything on this side, which means that either I should be taking out the tank, which currently doesn't have anybody attacking them, or I should try and do some more damage to the sniper. So, first of all, let's see the range on the gun. Not all that close, so you know what? Maybe I should just... This one I don't think I need to get fancy on. I think this one I just need to walk by the mountains. Well, okay, there's a small way I can get a little fancy. Okay, I'm fascinated to see if I avoid collision. Holy crap. And the problem is that this is the guy who's the target of the machine gun too. So unfortunately, out of all of the units that I have in my army, this is the one that I can't actually afford to be reckless with in terms of location. But I can stand and deliver. Okay, and I want to be a little careful, so what we're going to do here is we're going to wait this out up to this point, and it's important to remember that this tank actually makes it around the corner at the end. So I'm just going to set myself up with a comfortable escape route. Ooh. I'm cutting it close. I feel okay risking that, though. Okay, so... Wait, did I do that with my behemoth? I guess I did. Okay. Yeah, that's everyone. Okay, this will either be a clown show or I'm going to look like a genius. Oh, that looks cool when they're synced like that. Okay, I mean, we took a little bit of damage, but nothing catastrophic. So let's clear out this guy. So, okay, so let's see who's most exposed right now. Okay, so the sniper shot comes after this unit. Funny thing is, they're actually in a pretty tough spot in order to avoid that damage. It's possible I can do maybe something like a dash and run. Nope, if I dash, I overheat. So one of the better options I have for dealing with this guy. So yeah, this is a funny thing that I've wound up doing here is I'm... Oh, gotta cool down. I'm kind of taking a long-range unit and fighting a long-range unit. So what I want to do here is kind of just chase them down and fight them. So it looks like they attack and then they run. So what I want to see... So again, I can hope for him to go to the full range, but while he's doing that, I should be taking advantage of the optimal range as he moves back. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, so here I just stand and keep shooting him in the back as he moves. It'd be nice if I could do something else, but... So let me just double check what's going on here. Okay, so that's a tank. That thing's going to be finishing off its... That thing's going to be finishing off its attack. I don't really need to worry so much about it. So here's what I get to do with this guy. Oh, actually, I've got... looks like I got multiple attacks coming on me here. Yeah, so this is a short-range attack on my shield guy. I could potentially protect myself... Okay. This unit's inactive, so I can safely ignore it. Okay, so again, I want to try and mix and match in less than optimal groupings. One thing I could try is just, you know, lay down the law with this heavy machine gun again. It's a little weird to dedicate 2 units to the same task, but I'm not entirely convinced that's the worst thing I could be doing right now. So I'll let this thing run out. And what I need to start doing is taking this guy back into the fight. He's got a big shield. He should know how to use it. Now I got to deal with the people who are potentially taking damage. So, 2 threats of damage. So one thing I could try would be to pop up like here. Nope. So the tricky thing about this one is I'm trying to close the distance as quickly as possible. So I have kind of an unenviable task for this this unit, because the problem is I'm not really equipped. Not really equipped to reply to most of the stuff that they're going to do. Actually, hang on. No, I am. So I do one of these. Bet I could even get away with doing one of these. No. So I gotta wait a little while I get behind the mountain. Then I get to move up. Okay, so wait. Still don't think that works. Okay, so what if I just wait until... No, that doesn't work because that's too... I don't make enough progress, so... Wait there. Move forward. Now I get to move around. We'll see how far I can get. Now, the real question here is, what threats am I planning on dealing with? So, for instance, this guy, if I can get away with a second shotgun attack, that says inactive. So the one thing I know that's definitely not happening is this unit getting another shotgun off to stop this one from moving along. That is off the table as far as moves are concerned. It may in fact be better. So there's two ways that I can see myself handling this. I just sort of embrace the circumstances, and I just close the distance as much as possible. The only thing is, I really think that this tank can cause me some grief. So let's say I did that. Okay, that's a crash. So I say, I'm not that scared of your heavy machine gun, but let's have at it. But then I get locked down with the, wow, this is a devil of a problem. So if I jet, that's going to keep me, yeah, I burn up. So that's not going to work. I could walk it out like this, then jet, but then the problem is I'm still walking, taking damage. So I'm going to work this out a different way. I want to find out the earliest time that I can attack. I don't even care what the unit is. I just want to see what the world looks like when I'm attacking with this guy. And my cone... You know, so for all the babbling that I'm doing, this unit really is the best option for me to take this guy with. No, that's not true, actually. So let's say I put up that shield. I wonder if I can make that magic work. So I move up. Okay, so let's just say I put this all on my shield while they're coming after me. And then at the very end of the turn, I turn around, blast this guy in the back. Again, what's the optimal range on that? So if I want to do that attack, it's actually here. That's best. But there is this extended period where I put up the shield, but I don't actually block anything. So let me make sure I'm actually protecting myself from something. Can you have a tank crash into your shield? I think you can. I haven't tried it. I really don't know how melee combat in this game works, but I get the impression that there are dedicated melee units, and if you do any other kinds of crashes, it tends to reflect poorly on your management skill. So I've been a little reluctant to try. Okay, so this unit's definitely going to take some damage, but I think it's going to take damage in a productive way. It's also going to keep it in the game. So who do I hate? See, this is the thing that sucks about this. If I play it this way, I reduce myself to a very useless player. And I don't like that. I want to be useful. So let's say I do that. And I contribute to the misery of that sniper. Okay, there's a lot that's happening. So replay is coming in a later patch. This guy's still going to try some attacks. This unit, well, that's still inactive. It's always been inactive. This guy's live. Okay, so everybody's up and running. So let's see who is being threatened. Okay, actually, no, I'll just do mech by mech. So, yes, this guy is going to get attacked, and he's going to get attacked by the small weapon. So my best bet right now... So let her rip. And immediately following that, I get out of dodge. Can't afford to do that. I'm too hot. So the thing is that they're going to be attacking me with their short-range weapon. So we've kind of already taken the damage, so I think I'm just going to, you know, I'll take my lumps and hope that I can do something productive. Now, what I am slightly curious about, it's really not that much left to the lower body. So I'm going to turn the behemoth around, and I want to see if I can do... Oh, you know what? Looks like the AI already had that idea. So again, I burn myself up with the heat on its own. So if I keep moving this thing back... My worry is that, yeah, he moves into that optimal range pretty darn quick. But, I mean, the question is, what am I going to do, right? I can put up the shield, I just don't see a lot of value in doing that. So what I'm going to do instead is, as this guy is moving forward, so that might be, I might hit my own guy, friendly fire, I do. So instead, again, this is a suboptimal attack, so I just want to work out a slightly different path. Yeah, and notice the lines don't cross anymore. So this guy might be taking some damage. This is really the one that should be tanking everything. It just winds up being a very slow unit. Which means... Okay, so we've got Unit 1, Unit 2. This is the enemy unit. So I got Unit 3 over here. Ah, yes, this guy. I kind of ignored him. So nobody's attacking this guy. This is actually kind of convenient. So while I do prefer attacks from behind... Oh, well, there might be an opportunity. Okay, so I'm going to dash. I'm really just doing the dash for the... for crossing the ground really quickly. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it work, but by God, I'm going to try. And let's see if partway through... Okay, so I zip across. I might be shooting into a mountain, but I feel like I should at least use the heat. And then for my shotgunner... Kind of getting attacked by on both sides. So, let's try and think about self-preservation instead. So, I'm going to dash. I'll do as much of a dash as I can, I guess. Nope, if I do that, there's consequences. So maybe I ignore that. Maybe I just say I've got a shield, so why don't I use it, you fool? Okay, so put up the shield. So he does attack me while I'm sort of at that lower ground, and it is the it is the machine gun. Well, okay. So let's say I put up the shield for a second run, then I take the shotgun on this guy in the slightly suboptimal location. Okay, and that's when he starts firing at me. So it's the similar dilemma that I had last time, really. And in this case, I think I actually want to bully this guy a little bit. Okay, too hot. Now this isn't the best place to leave him at the end, but it is a good range for his shotgun, so I think I'm just going to have to leave that be. And I do kind of wish I could see... I'm really spreading out the combat all over the place here, so... Okay, that guy's down. That's still up. That thing's going to crash. Oh, we did get to tag him in the back. Nice. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we took out the lower body. Almost certain we lost the sniper rifle in there, but again, scrap is a secondary consideration. So this pilot's straight up inactive. This guy's gonna have some time on ice, and looks like this guy now wants to hurt Kilo. So Kilo's gonna get behind the mountain. This is good news for me. In fact, better still, Kilo gets to go around the mountain, and then Kilo gets to... Well, let's be realistic. So obviously I'm kind of counting on my ally to be able to take care of this problem that I got here, right? Maybe like as a precaution, I'll do like a run like that. Now the good news is this unit actually has a pretty sickening range with their assault rifle. So they do arrive a little late to the party. Well, what happens if I try and get them to do... Well, the problem is I don't know what my heat looks like in that case. Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. And then if there's a magical formula that somehow lets me get this insane mech where I need it, you know, I shouldn't be going forward like that. I should... a wide berth. Again, just try and clear as much... So that mountain that I was taking advantage of before is now a liability. Although, you know what? Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Maybe what I actually want to do is... Okay, jump forward like that, through the tanks. Hey, Uncle Cranky, how you doing? Can you have a tank crash? Oh, sorry, you've answered. I answered that. This game is really cool, actually. It only hurts your brain in 5-second terms, so you might really like this. How you doing? I think you were doing Far Cry 3, weren't you, Uncle Cranky? You've either completed or have given up on on number 1 and presumably number 2. Hope you're doing well. And let's... I don't know, let's see where it goes. I'm really hoping that shotgun to the back deals with the mech, but... Oh, wow. This is... Yeah, I'm wasting resources, actually. He was already taken out. Yeah, so we knocked out the pilot. And the tank surrenders, so we'll just execute without orders. Oh, no! Sorry! Ah, fair. Okay, guys, that's our first win for tonight. I'm going to get some water. I can't believe it actually took me an hour for the first win, but I need to get some water because, like I said, I've been going since lunch, so it's basically been 12 hours where I've either been working or streaming. So I'm going to take a minute here and get some water so I can be more refreshed, and then we'll be here for some more Phantom Brigade goodness. Okay, sorry about that. It's actually not bad to get out of a seat too. So how many people here haven't seen this game before? I think CPO hasn't. Mad King Brutus, I thought you'd seen this once before. Nah, I don't. No more bathroom no more bathroom trips for the rest of the day. Congratulations on your decisive victory. You can see hope rise in the region. You can now salvage the battle site. 25-second duration, 362 damage taken, 2,735 damage inflicted, 73 actions planned, 924 meters traveled, 1 unit destroyed, no parts, 166 supplies. Loot breakdown. Okay, we got a hurricane, so that's another heavy machine gun. Destroyed, but we got an excellent gyro. We got the handgun, but we did lose the rifle, which was the thing I was really trying to keep. Okay, and I guess these are the things that dropped from the mechs. So we got 6 hours to salvage. Again, there's a lot of convoys in here, which I'm a little surprised by. But I'll work with what I got. This guy has no idea where they're going. I think I should still follow the original plan, though. Fuel processing site, farm, village, and now we just know that we have a tough objective in the form of the barracks. So no point in hunting down. At this point, I think there's no point in hunting down the convoy. What I might try and do is move outside, but a bird in the hand, right? So coming to get you. Whoa, 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 whoa! What am I doing? I should have been repairing those mechs. We all took damage. You know, it's too late to do anything about that now. So let's see how we handle bringing in damaged mechs. It's mostly just flesh stuff, so I think we should be able to. Cope. Attack! A hostile squad is passing nearby. Our base is now within their sensor range, so moving would reveal our position, but we have the upper hand for now. If we're not prepared to face the enemy, we may be able to execute an emergency retreat, but now could be a good time to strike. Suit up, deploy a squad. Getting negative IFF code. We got hostiles in range. Engage at will. Reinforcements should be coming soon. So we've got 2 turns to smack around these 2 units. Ideally, we take out at least one of them before reinforcements arrive. So this unit's got a cannon that's good at long range. This unit looks like it's got a shotgun. And notice how long that effect lasts. So what I want to do with this guy, if I can, is get them either as far away as possible or get them behind a mountain. So I think in this case here, this is probably the best way for me to keep this guy protected. So we dash back, go behind the mountain. It may turn out that he takes a little damage at the edge, but I feel comfortable enough in where all this is going that... Okay, so we wait out the shotgun duration. Then I'll stick him up on a... Actually, you know what? I don't need to stick him up on a mountain. I'm going to go around the side. Okay, so what I get to do now is basically for the rest of the turn, I get to take advantage of the fact that this guy is basically going to have his back to my units by the end of the engagement. Now, this is admittedly one of the tougher ones for me to deal with. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to move this guy forward. So I'm going to move up like this and put up his shield right around the time that the unit attacks. And conveniently, maybe just get in a slightly better position. This is around the time the guy passes into, well, okay, I can slightly improve that, I feel. Okay. Again, there's no rule saying that I still have to be standing in the same spot for the whole duration, so. All right, now I'm too close. I think that's why I was reluctant. Okay, now I'm good. And basically what I'm going to do is try and follow him for as much of the duration as possible so that we've got kind of the optimal range between the two. So this is kind of a weird turn, right? But I guess one other thing I could try and do is just get like an early shotgun off. It's like low, really low weapon effectiveness, but like I'm gonna be completely cooled down by the time the shield goes down, so why not? Like it's just a warning shot, I guess. Okay, so if I just get this guy to stand still and open up, it doesn't quite work that way, but I can try and tilt things to my advantage. So this guy comes in close. What does that range look like? Yeah, so he basically stays in optimal range the whole time. We obviously know that after the fact, he's gonna have some choices to make. But let's get him to take point. I really think I need to reconsider the construction of the behemoth because I'm not sure how helpful it's being, if I'm completely honest. But that's the unit, so we've got one last task here. Now, this guy's got a really long range on a lot of his stuff. And again, it's one of these dilemmas that I have. Well, you know what? I have an idea. So if I moved him up like this, we get him in an optimal firing solution. Now, if he stands still, there's a collision that happens. But maybe what I do is I wait out the okay, that's not going to work for me, but maybe I can move him to the side like this. And the problem with that approach is I now make myself the target to that machine gun attack, so that doesn't work. If I'm going to do that, I actually have to move forward. Okay, that doesn't work because I'm then shooting into the back of my ally. Okay, so this is the point where they get clear. Okay, that works. Okay, so I apparently just ignored a second attack that happens on that unit. Okay, shotgun, shields up, cool. So this guy's definitely got some heat to work with. I need to figure out the best way to use it, though. Oh no, sorry, that's the behemoth. There's nothing else I can do with him. Okay, so this guy fires at the tank. I accept that. I'll even accept that he walks forward. Okay, let's say we thread the needle. Okay, miraculously nobody collides doing that. The only real drawback here. So here's what I'm going to do with this. This isn't actually to see... So the purpose of this is not so much to see whether or not I can do the damage. It's actually to see whether or not I overheat. So now that I know I'm okay, I'm sort of in optimal... Well, it's about as close to optimal range as I'm going to get. I don't know if I really should be doing this, to be honest. But you only YOLO once. Okay, so in theory, if I open up this way, I still don't overheat, which is interesting. I do, however, tag my own guy, so if I do that... it happens right at the end. Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to see... I'm going to see what happens. One, I really want to see the dance of all of these mechs moving really close to one another. The funny thing is I actually feel like I can afford to be a bit more reckless with my damage, seeing as I know I'm going to be repairing these guys after this fight. So I just kind of want to see what happens when I get reckless. Okay, well, you did a little damage. Okay, that thing got taken out, it looks like. Okay, that thing's right arm is done. So we've already... Like, turn 1, we defanged them. And so the rest of this... Yeah, I mean, this is a piece of cake for the rest of the period. So this guy hates... Okay, so he's going to get a revenge shot. I guess I can't cancel that now. What I can do, I can zoom back, and it's not full cover, but I bet that's gonna take care of his pea shooter. Okay, so I'm gonna guess I'm gonna need a dash in this. If I immediately follow up with a shotgun, I cook my mech. Okay, so I think this guy's just going to have to accept that he's slow. Okay, so I just straight up chase this guy down. Okay, that would normally be okay, except then he runs behind a mountain. That's not so good. So I'm going to say I don't know what I'm doing with this guy yet. Let's see what my other units can do. So the behemoth is nowhere where I want them to be. Okay, this guy... Oh, Kilo is. Kilo's in some interesting spots. So the best I can do is be somewhere that unit's back is turned for as long as possible. Oh, no, hang on. I'm thinking about this all wrong, because this guy's going to turn around... This guy's going to turn around at this point to shoot him, so that's not what I should be doing. This unit actually has a golden opportunity to just lay into this guy. That's definitely something worth using a dash for. I bet they're even going to give me enough time to cool down after that. Well, not as much as I think. Okay, so this is when their back's turned. They just get into the close distance for that, so that's a bit of a shame. That's too hot there. But you know what that does do? So we wait out the attack. I should work out optimal heat first, and then... Not perfect, but not a disaster either. But I'm gonna guess this one cooks my mech. You can do it. I believe in you. Yeah. Okay, well, you know what? I think that's a pretty respectable performance, all told. So The behemoth. Yeah, 2 units I still don't have an answer for what I do with them. Okay, so honestly, the best thing I can do here is just find the longest time that this guy's going to be in the crosshairs and just hope I can do something useful. Again, the behemoth is designed to be slow and lumbering and just generally something you don't want to go in toe-to-toe with. But I have a feeling that I really overdid it on this mech. I need to find a better way to make him mobile. Okay, so I dash, I dodge the attacks. You know what, just for extra security, I suppose. This is when the attack starts. So I guess around this point, I walk back behind the mountain. So this guy's not actually going to do any attacks because... So in this case, what's nice is that I've got 3 units which are, like, basically aren't going to be attacked by this guy. I've got 1 unit which just needs to make sure that he doesn't get hit by the damage. And so this person doesn't need to do any attacks because essentially they're running interference for the rest. So that's no good. Ah, yes. Shield Bro. I really feel like Shield Bro should be able to do something here, but I've also limited Shield Bro's activity because of the possible crossfire. But you know what? That works quite nicely for me. I'm curious if I can get away with this. Nope, it's too hot, so I'll leave it be. This is more for future turn more than anything. Okay. Again, I'll focus the action on here because we know this tank's not going to do anything. Let us execute the turn and see the magic. Yeah. That was slightly excessive, I think. Sierra 2 on the field. What's taking you so long here? Surround them and finish them off. Okay, who is... Oh yes, that's right. So we took everybody out so quickly that we actually don't know... Okay, so by the end of the turn we should know... Ah, damn it. We don't even know what type of mechs they are. So it seems to me the best thing I can do here is just leg it. Try and get... everyone who can dash will dash at the start. And we are going to try and close the distance as much as possible. Ideally trying to get ourselves into some cover. That's actually a secondary consideration for me at this point. We are pretty far out of position. A lot of my guys are very close range oriented, so the reason I'm using those dashes is just so that I can try and cover the ground as efficiently as possible. Nope, too hot. So we'll get a little distance. Now I can afford to dash. This guy's got a really big... Oh no, sorry, not this unit. There's another one with a bigger radius. But yeah, I don't want to... Again, I don't want to tempt too much fate. I don't want to do anything in terms of... I don't want to really mess around with... you know what? Actually, I should... I'm not going to do it with this unit. It should be true for all of them, but... I actually want to see if that dash makes anything better. So for the full turn, if I just flat out ran, I'd get to about here. So let's say I start the turn with a dash, and then I just run forward for the rest of it. Definitely make more progress. Okay, so no questions there. The reason why I'm not dashing the whole way is it does generate heat, so I want my dashes to be as early in the turn as possible so that I can get advantage of the cooldowns. Even if I wanted to fire at these guys, there's no target for me to shoot at. So again, everything about this turn is about crossing the distance. There's no incentive for me to do anything else. I don't even think there's a possibility for me to do anything else. And again, it's 4-on-3 with 2 tanks on the other side, so I wouldn't expect too much as far as problems are concerned, but we'll see how the turn goes, right? So we've got a light machine gun, it looks like. That thing's optimal range is 27 to 54, and it's coming after one of my weaker units, so that is definitely one for maybe considering some cover. This unit's attacking the behemoth. And this unit... Okay, so we've got... Okay, so everybody hates this guy. That opens up some interesting possibilities for me. So I'm curious if I just tried 2 dashes one after the other. I'd actually be able to get away with that. I think I'd still take some damage. But I bet I wouldn't take that much. Okay, that gives me a world of possibilities to work with. Okay, so priority number 1 for Polaris is to get in as close a range as possible and basically pick who he wants to beat up. Wow, that thing drops off really quick. Oh, that's right. Okay, hang on. I'm thinking about this the wrong way. Yes, I would like to stand and deliver with the machine gun, but if he's being attacked by the tank, his purpose is to actually drop the shield and say, lol. Yeah, you know what? I don't feel so bad about not using that machine gun. This guy, on the other hand, has a little bit more to do, I think. Okay, so if I, by the end of that turn, not even remotely close to doing anything interesting with my shotgun, so I'm going to use my dash again. So I don't want to hit my own unit. I successfully hit my own unit. So again, the idea here is to try and close distances as quickly as possible. And if I can, get a good shotgun shot. Shotguns tend to be pretty devastating to tanks in this. Mech shotguns, obviously. Standard shotguns, I'm assuming, do not phase these guys. And, okay, look, I'll be honest with you. The shot here doesn't start off very promising, but it's what I got. So this guy has to become the hero. Okay, so if I straight up run, I kind of get in range. So if we do the same thing as before, we dash. We try and close the distance as quickly as we can. Okay, it's not pretty. Gives me something to work with. So that's basically 2 turns worth of movement, but it's a start. Yeah, so that's total of 2 damage. Well, okay, a little bit of damage from 2 units firing at that guy. I think I can. I think I'll live. So again, who hates who? This tank. So I never checked out what kind of tank it is. So standard cannon, and a light machine gun, presumably with. Oh, he only has an LMG. Sorry, it's an LMG and shield. I get that now. Okay. So this guy is actually a pretty obvious... There's a very obvious approach to this one. Assuming I don't burn myself up, which I clearly do. This guy's whole existence is about making this tank pay. Okay. So it pisses me off that I have to wait. Again, it is really, really weird to play a mech game where you feel obligated to give we feel obligated to give enemy units like right of way. This is such a weird path, but it's getting there. Cool. I don't think this will be relevant by the time... Well, shows what I know. Again, that's just an insurance policy. I don't need to make a federal case out of dodging that. So the real big question here, so if I misjudge how much damage this thing can take, this guy winds up getting really hurt. If I misjudge how big of a threat this guy is under, then I waste him on a turn where he can be getting shots to the back of the enemy unit. Now, my preference is to imagine that this big scary mech can take a punch and wants to be involved in fancy and elaborate combat maneuvers. It's better if I can sort of keep out of range the longer. So this is the thing, like, it would be better if I could hide behind the rock the entire duration, but honestly, I would prefer to actually, like, I'd prefer to be involved in this fight at some point. So I kind of wind up shooting through a mountain there. If I'm gonna involve myself, I want to be effective. And that's as good as I'm gonna get, sadly. And I don't overheat, so... I think at this point I'll lock myself to a slightly better position for future. So the remaining question is, what do I do with this tank? So this tank is coming after Kilo. So if Kilo just stands in place, it says bring it. It's not a perfect start, but it's a little hot. So, like, here I'm basically straight up ignoring this tank. Which is a little dangerous for Kilo. It's actually the one unit I don't think it needs to be repaired. So make sure my machine gunner's making himself useful. The one thing that worries me here... yeah... One thing that genuinely does worry me is I think this guy's going to wind up tanking a lot of these machine gun shots. Nothing to be done about it, though. That tank has had a really bad day. Okay, this is weird. I actually did not think that this... I did not think this unit would be surviving it. I kind of expected the tank to get taken out. So they're not attacking anyone. My job now is to try and get as many shots to the back as I can So this turn is really about... Oop, don't overheat. Okay, so we run the... Okay, I think we're still in range. Now what I want to do is kind of get around the side for the other back attack. Pretty sure I can't get a third one off without overheating again, so this is just about position. Similar story with this guy, really. I mean, these were the two who were doing the attacks anyway, so... Funny thing is, this guy, I believe... Nope, not even close. So I don't mind waiting a little while and then walking forward. Okay, so this is going to wind up hitting him on the side, I think. Behemoth's got to step back to set up, I think. Something tells me the scrap on this is not going to be too impressive. I'm not going to worry about sort of maxing out everything on that. As long as my own people are not shooting each other in the back, I'm happy. So let's watch this sorry state of affairs. They got heart, I'll give them that. And they eject, so no point in being jerks about it. Just because you're at war with them is no excuse to be inconsiderate. Okay, so he took 371 damage. I feel like that was a pretty good one as far as I feel that that was a pretty good one as far as getting people taken out early. I probably got a little more reckless with the damage than I wanted to, but we didn't lose any parts. So I believe this is my first heavy handgun, so that's good news there. Also a lot of level 5 gear, so I suspect we've got some improvements. Yeah, overall I think we're in good shape. But it's pretty clear we need some repairs. Yeah, I mean that one's kind of banged up now. The rest of them definitely just little scratches. But what else are we going to do with the time, right? Repairs take exactly as long as the salvage. And I mean, look at the supplies that we've got off of this stuff. This is pretty cool. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my base, once we're done salvaging, I'm going to move my base sort of down here and then up to claim the fuel processing plant. This is so I can try and catch the convoy, but it's also so that I can get a little intel on that open area that I didn't get to inspect before. Possibly CPO. It depends on what goodies I have. So now... So basically the idea behind the Behemoth was to try and make something that was like basically an Atlas in Battletech. The catch is that in Battletech when you have an Atlas, that thing has a terrifying armament. And what I'm basically packing here is a full heavy mech with a shield and a big heavy machine gun. So I think if you're going to be packing a lot of weight, it makes sense to bring the weapon that has the longest range. So if you're wondering why I've been taking so long to mess around with my Behemoth, it's because I've been really hoping to get a sniper rifle to put on this thing. But yeah, basically the thing is that this guy's taken forever to move around, move around the battlefield, and it's definitely feeling like mobility is a much more valuable component. But let's see what we can do here. So first off, what kind of weapons do I have? Oh, okay. So melee weapon is the first thing that I've got. So maybe I just want to redesign this guy as like a straight up like sword and shield paladin or something. Man. Oh, we do have a marksman. Okay, so let's start by saying if I want to keep the behemoth as like the largest, scariest thing on the battlefield, what can I do to make it more effective, knowing that it's also going to be impossibly slow? And it seems to me the first answer to that is give it the longest range weapon you possibly can. So the HMG-01 Hurricane has a range of 39 to 66 meters. Heavy handgun 60 to 78. The melee weapon does not have very good range. Marksman rifle 60 to 81. Okay, so it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear where we go with this. So here's what's interesting about the possible combinations that I can do here. So let's say we give him a marksman rifle, long-range marksman rifle, fires accelerated high-caliber shells, ineffective at short distance. It's Pilgrim model. Lightweight Pilgrim models are designed for mobility and prolonged but weak damage output. Great for distracting or harassing enemies. Okay, so harassment is not exactly what I had in mind. But it's 199 damage per second. So that's going to be our first change. So then the next question is, if I'm going to have this thing engage at distance, do I really want this thing to have a shield? The best argument for giving it a shield is that because it can't move very far, it needs some other form of protection. So what's the other argument that I have? Well, you know, need something for close encounters, 60-78. Well, okay, if that's going to be the case, 60-78, it's basically the same minimum range as the marksman rifle, so that doesn't help too much. What's its other option? Well, 27-42, I don't think there's any small handguns. So the thing here is, well, I guess I've got one good medium handgun. It's 93 DPS. Okay, so if we run with that. So already our power to mass ratio is pretty decent and our speed's improved. So yeah, this is going to be the new model. Oh, actually, hang on. There's another reason why I might want to have a heavy handgun. So it's 4 shots at 50. It's 90 heat. But what does the marksman do? Marksman's 110. Give that thing a sword. Well, I'd like to. I just think the shield really, like, anything that gets a sword probably needs a shield. Otherwise, it doesn't have any defenses. So, like, I figure there's 2 ways that you can go with melee weapons. You give that thing... Oh, hang on. Okay, Behemoth is my long-range weapon platform. I'm okay with that still. I'm gonna change its specialist loadouts, but there's other things that I can be doing too. So right now I've got the Sleipnir 1.7, Lance 2.4, Hermes 2.7. So this is definitely kind of the weakest out of the bunch. Thing is, I kind of like its weapon. Okay, so what kind of... So it's packing the burst, AR2. It's actually a level 1 weapon, though. It's 3354. It does 148 damage a second. Okay, you know what? Let's go crazy. So we're gonna give it a cut. And its left item, it's gotta get a shield. Emergency cover for mobile units. That seems like what I need. 2 cardinal directions when used. I'm assuming this is like one of the lightest weight shields I can get, yeah. Okay. So it's currently sitting on a Nox medium. Rest of the body is light, but I actually don't think. Well, I do have a Nox light, but the only thing I really gain out of it is like power and mass. The heat capacity is pretty well, what heat capacity though? Like, how much heat am I going to be generating from swinging around a sword? Let's. I gotta think this through. Oh, wow. Okay, no, it actually does generate heat. Okay. That's a thing. Okay. Obviously, we gotta give it a red sword. Those are the rules. Okay, yeah, so this gives me a melee unit to mess around with. I've already given it all the lightest weight parts I can get without like screwing it. So what I'm going to do now, instead of livery, I want to see what I can do to try and give it some slightly better parts. So it's currently sitting on a Nox medium level 3. If I give it the heavy, again, worse heat capacity. So what makes this body so special? It's probably because I changed the core. Yeah. Okay, so let me think that through again. So it's 115. Yeah, so this is almost all certainly almost certainly the core. Okay, so if I throw a light body on this thing... Nope, that doesn't work. I just don't have the same subsystems. Yeah, I think we're just going to keep this thing as is. No other subsystems to mess around with. Oddly enough, this did get turned up to a level 2.5 unit, which is cool. Okay, so let's take a look at what the lance can do. Oh, so Zankoshu's, so it shows I've betrayed how little I know about cool kid things. You're probably right. Okay, so right now I'm sitting on a... Am I really sitting on a Nox Heavy in that thing? Oh, that's right, because the Nox Heavy that I had before was actually really good. This is a level 2 that I'd be trading out for a level 5. Say for the sake of the argument I wanted to do that. Basic capacitor. Better heat dissipation wouldn't be too bad. Here's the thing, I'm not actually convinced that I really get anything. So... well, now see, the heat thing's actually better. Okay. I lied, that is actually an improvement. It is very important to me that I keep this style for at least one of my mechs. Okay. I should probably take a look and see if there's any improvements as far as weaponry and... okay, so he's sitting on a regenerator. Now, I think this is a bunch of nonsense because I'm currently holding a firewall. Okay, so it's got a 2.7 saber. Yeah, look, I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't make a lot of sense to get rid of, but because it doesn't have a barrier, it doesn't make any sense that I have a regenerator on it. Basic plating seems to be a slightly better choice. Now, the other possibility that I can allow for here, because this thing's got a shield on it, I could probably try and lighten the load a little bit in terms of the extremities. So for instance, I could give it skinny little legs. So let's pretend that I gave this thing a pair of Nox lights. That's current speed is 1066. 1291. Okay. I think we got an idea here. It's currently sitting on an improved gyro. I can give it an excellent one. That improves mobility, and that's exactly why I want it. Okay. Now, it seems to me I want... if I'm going to make the right arm a skinny... or sorry, if I'm going to make one of the arms... it seems to me if I'm going to make one of the arms a skinny arm, it'd probably be the weapon arm. So how many lights do... so first of all, I'm currently sitting on a Nox medium. Oh yeah, actually, I probably don't have any more mediums. So do I have any existing upgrades for my... it's all worse. Well, slightly better heat dissipation and mass. Guess this has slightly better integrity. Is there anything else? I don't know if there's anything else to it. The idea of making this guy a little more mobile, though, is interesting. So I'm not crazy about the difference on heat dissipation, but I'm beginning to appreciate the benefits of mobility. So you know what? I'm going to slap an Elbrus back on it. And I'm actually wondering if my left arm I might be able to do the same. Also, it just looks like it looks cool to be so kind of chunky. Sometimes you just go for the style points. Okay, and again, we're sitting on an Ox Heavy. I'm pretty sure we already made our decisions for the... So we still have some other details. So defense subsystem, we already picked plating. Right item, nope. Left arm offensive subsystem. So it doesn't explain what the sensors do. but I do want to put a heatsink in. So again, given the fact that it says left, given the fact that I got a shield on that, I'm going to assume it doesn't do anything. It's huge. I love this game so much. It is ridiculous. Oh, you know what? It could be referring to... Yeah, actually, it just occurred to me. It could be referring to the fact that I have... It could be referring to the position of the item. So there's a way to test that. Well, that says standard and overdrive. Yeah, that says left, so that maybe isn't so... That maybe isn't so clear. Okay, well, I'm fine making this guy... Okay, so this thing's sitting on a heatsink. Right sensor I'm okay with, because right sensor presumably means my shotgun. And we've already picked a gyro. So unless I want to slap on a pair of Nox mediums, I'm good to go with my lance. The Hermes. Now, I feel like this unit should be doing some magic. It's done okay, and yet I still feel its better performance is still ahead of it. So let's start by looking at the items that we have. So we're currently sitting on an AR-1. 219 damage per second at a 45 to 66 range. So I guess the first question I should ask is, can I do any better DPS? 237 with the Hurricane. But that's more of a stand and deliver kind of an attack. I think it's fairly clear I like to move around and shoot a lot, so standing and delivering may not be the done thing. Yeah, there really isn't a better gun for that one. Okay, what about a secondary gun? Because given the long range on that rifle, so we got a 45 to 66. The left item is a 24 to 39, so the spark's actually a really good complement. Oddly enough, 45 to 66. So the other way that I can go is just say that this thing is committed to long range, and instead I give it the granite. The only thing is that the granite gives me an additional 147, and I tend to find that I get up in people's face a lot more than I take them at distance. So, unless my medium handguns, I got a 140 damage right now, yeah, there's nothing else that I can really make happen with that handgun. So, unless I got a better body, I think we know... I think we've got everything that we need for this guy. So, a Nox Light. Again, it can promise me extra integrity. But given that I seem to have really leaned into the idea of having a really mobile group. Oh, now this is interesting. So this Nox Heavy miraculously is better than my Nox Light. I think I know why, because it's got that mass modifier on it. For the rest of it, slightly worse heat dissipation. Yeah, the rest of it's all kind of a mass integrity trade-off. So, before I go too crazy, let's go back to that Sleipnir. So why didn't I have that one as an op? Ah, because this is actually still too heavy. Huh. Yeah, so it really, with all the hand-me-downs, it's actually... Well, okay, the Behemoth might be slightly better. Yeah, but that winds up being worse integrity. Okay. Nope, like I said, that one's going to be a platform, so we'll keep him out in the open and ready to go. So, I guess the Hermes gets a weirdly buff right arm. So the offensive subsystem is a heat sink. There may be an argument for the left-hand side targeting. I guess I do tend to like firing lots of rounds though, so I think that looks so different from the other arm. Oh, that's why. Because it's the difference between the item and the armor. That's more like it. What's the movie where there's a guy with a super buff arm? It's like a motel and they find a girl in a pool. See, I always kept thinking of so Uncle Cranky, it's the same thing that you say when you run into the Chargers in Left 4 Dead. Does anybody know what that movie? I actually don't. Was Lady in the Water? Okay, I never saw that one. So, we've got some new. Looks like we got some new paint. I don't remember getting Arctic colors. Okay, I love the idea of being able to mess with these mechs forever. But let's focus on the parts. Okay, so it's currently sitting on an Elbrus M, and I'm pretty sure everything is kind of dominated by, like, so the Nox light, there's absolutely nothing that I get out of that. It's the light actually winds up being worse. So I'm pretty sure at this point I'm just going to accept. That gives me slightly better heat dissipation. Again, there may be some arguments here in terms of going, because I do actually wind up using the pistol every once in a while. There may be an argument for me. Being a little more generous with the mods. But I think, I don't know. It's hard for me to say that I'm really improving things. Now, there is one last thing I want to check out, and that's the speed of each of my mechs. Because if the melee is not the fastest, so the Hermes is actually a slightly better candidate for being the melee one. Do I really want to mess with the weapons loadout between the Sleipnir and the Hermes? I mean, they're all... God, Hermes is so... I mean, I really broke the mold when I built that one. I'm gonna try with what I've got. But... You'd think so, but... so far as I can tell, this shield that I got is actually a pretty lightweight one, so it's a massive 4. Okay, so if I just take a look at the combination of my two weapons. So weight 4 for the shield, and then the sword is 4. So that's a total of 8 in the weaponry. And then if I take the Hermes, the thing is that the Hermes, I took all of the parts that I could find, and I wanted to specifically build the fastest mech that I could. And so I think it got sort of all the priority parts for that. So the combined weight for its loadout. Oh wow, actually that. Okay, well that's the sidearm. Okay, so weight 1 and weight 4. Okay, so the combined weaponry is lighter. I don't know if that's 100% the reason why. I could actually have just looked at the total mass, so 7276 compared to total mass of 77. Oh, Jesus. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I guess it is the shield then, because... I was really under the impression that the shield would be, that specific shield would be one that was a little more effective. Because like my alternative would be like the firewall, which is twice as heavy with significantly more in terms of weight. The thing is like this guy is definitely going, melee units are 100% going to be going into danger. So I really cannot in good conscience fail to give this thing some form of damage mitigation. So, you know, it sucks, but I'll make it work is my reasoning on that. Anyways, that was fun. I learned stuff. I guess if I can, I'll hunt for that convoy. Failing that, we take the fuel processing plant. We're definitely going to have some hard fights ahead of us, though. So again, the reason for checking out this area is just to, well, I mean, one, maybe I find the convoy, maybe I don't. But also, I'm really focused on making sure that I've covered the regions that I didn't check before, just in case there's any tasty little surprises. Okay. Just in case I don't like sword, bro. Oh wow, that did not save while I was in the menu? That's interesting. I feel like that's something I should report. You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Hopefully that doesn't send a confusing screenshot with it. Rebel units in range, requesting backup. What are we up against? And new units come on turn 4. So we're actually very similar to the last one. In the sense that it's possible we may be able to take these guys out. So yeah, we have a turn while we're closing the gap, but it looks like we're going to. It looks like we have a credible chance at taking these two guys out before too many things happen. Now I'll be interested to see. Okay, actually, I had a really neat moment in the Industries of Titan stream. They were talking. You know what? Okay. That's a story. That's a story I'll tell later. Because I want to talk about Phantom Brigade instead. What I'm kind of curious about. So you guys know how I play this. Artillery is coming later. So right now, I abuse the fact that I'm sort of able to run behind buildings for cover. And it gives me this image of like Team America World Police, the opening sequence where Paris is just completely destroyed, more so by the people defending it rather than, you know, the people who are attacking it. It's like everything is bone. So I kind of have this feeling that I'm going to be doing, and I mean, this is the whole thing that like Into the Breach is about. I believe Subset's actually on the record saying that they were watching all of these mech movies and nobody really seems to be paying attention to the fact that the entire city is just being crushed. And so they wanted to create this sense of cost for ignoring the city. So like I'm completely going to be running behind houses and like fuel depots. But it would be kind of neat if later on in the game, because they do really seem to be simulating quite a bit in terms of how the damage and all of the interactions of the weapons work. It'd kind of be interesting if your resources, like if you just level a place in order to be able to claim it, it would be interesting if it produces fewer resources for you as a consequence. Maybe it does already. It's just not something I noticed right away. Anyways, enough naval game. I get the feeling that Brace Yourself is kind of good at making games, and my opinions on that are not very relevant to what will make this really interesting. Super Sentai the Janpai's franchise westernizes Power Rangers, addresses this a couple of times by having the Ranger team aid in the cleanup efforts with their mechs. And Sean says there's a good clip from Gundam where they show people fleeing the city during a fight, and you see a woman getting killed by a shell from a mech hitting her in the head. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'd always just kind of assumed that it was Team America all over again, but apparently there's moments where you realize that these mech pilots are no good. Okay, let's see what I'm up against before I make too many decisions about how I'm going to handle it. So this is an autocannon. I have nothing to fear from this guy. In fact... Oh! Oh! This is going to look so cool. Okay, so you see that works, right? Dash, shield up during the attacks, dash, protected behind the building, and then he's going to be coming in for a sweet melee attack on this guy. Oh yeah, so what's this thing packing? Light machine gun, so that's effective at 24-48. One thing I really learned about the machine gun is that these things have a pretty brutal drop-off. So I should figure out what 48 meters looks like in this world. Okay. So like as long as I'm outside of that, that is not really something I need to be worrying about. So basically I want to... okay. Yeah, so that basically lets me do what I wanted to do. So I'm going to move this guy up here. I'm going to take advantage of a dash if I can to get down the mountain. And then I'm going to use this building as cover. So now, the rest of this is really just about me trying to get my guys into a good spot for retaliation. So I guess the first question is, I mean, this is my long-range guy, right? So I want to try and get them to a point where they're going to be effective against the enemy. I suppose as a starter, we'll run them up there. So unfortunately, even if I put them on the hill, they're not too useful. What if I try a cheeky little double dash? Ooh. How many of these can I stack on top of each other? Yeah, okay. It's a little optimistic. It's good heat dissipation, though. So now that I know that, I get to see whether or not this sniper rifle is actually worth anything. It's out of optimal range, but it's, you know... Nope. Oh, wow, and that thing just screams with heat. I actually don't think I want to do that. All right, so I like the Hermes, but I have a feeling it. Oh no, you know what? I bet if I get I get it to do a dash, then no. Apparently, it's not so fast. It doesn't spoil things for its ally. Okay, that works. Oh, hang on. I'm thinking about this the wrong way with the behemoth. I should just park him on a building. That's kind of what you use snipers for. That's not even remotely close to going. That's not going to work at all. Yeah, so not bad, not a bad idea. Just pretty deplorable as far as getting what I need done. I wonder if I'm actually gonna collide with my. Yeah, I'm all over. Okay, new plan. The new unit this guy hates is the tank. Even then, he's not able to do anything about it. Really? I can't get on that? Get on the other platform. Okay, well, you know, sometimes the simplest answer is the best. We'll just... take a quick pop at it with the pistol and call it a day. Okay. Now the Hermes gets its day. Okay, again, that doesn't really do anyone any favors. So maybe this is a guy that I can put on top of the building. Not without smashing into everyone again. But there's still an interesting possibility here. So I just get them to cross the distance. They've got a pretty good range on their weapons. So it's not going to start off in a good spot, but it'll finish in an optimal one. So but we do get the main objective, which is to close the distance, and I think most of my people are going to be safe. I'm actually very curious how much damage these two units take, because I'm taking actions which are not explicitly about not really explicitly about taking stuff on shields. It's more about finding effective ways of damage mitigation. Okay, so that guy got hit by a little bit. Nothing too scary going on there. Did we just kill that thing? Oh, glorious. All right. So who does this guy hate? Okay, he's out for blood on the melee guy. But can the melee guy do something awesome? Collision in the dash. Okay, so if I just do one of these, and then... Okay, again, doesn't... Oh, wait a minute. Press 1, 2 to adjust. So he has the high ground. It's not gonna work. All right. So I'm actually kind of okay waiting behind the building until the shooting stops. And then we'll just close. It's not the most exciting choice, but I feel like I have other options with... Can't really do the... Okay, so the plan there is I'm going to try and get in close enough. You know what? We're still not shooting a mountain, so we'll hit one of those. We're going to get him in a bit of a crossfire now. I don't really think... I don't really think this is going to translate into any sweet scrap. But at the very least, I can make life inconvenient for it. Clearly, this unit's... I mean, I'm in a little bit of a tight spot here just because the tank's now inactive and I don't want to destroy any scrap by walking over it. But I guess I can set up on a nice little perch. Oh wow, they actually kind of get into range. Let's give it a shot. Leave my friend alone. Presumably this attack will finish. So what's going on with this guy? Okay, so he's going to start an attack on this unit. Now there's the possibility that I might be able to walk my way out of this. There is actually an appeal to doing it this way. So what this does is this is going to keep him while he delivers his machine gun. This means his back's going to be to the marksman, who's going to basically try to open up as much as possible on their back. To a point that... Okay, so I clearly can't go through the mountain. That's stupid. Yeah, maybe I should stay. You know what? This is not going to be effective at all. What I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, the cooldown on that thing is unreal. Okay, so this is very much a, like, you gotta shoot this thing once and then, like, walk. There's no other way to use that. I think we're just gonna stay put. Okay, now I would be interested in seeing what I can accomplish with this unit. The heights are really screwing with this. Oh yeah, I also got to be careful that I don't get like a face full of LMG blast. So I'm gonna run. It's gonna be an inefficient run, but so let's say I get up to here. Collision and strike, huh? It just doesn't really want me to play with my new sword. Okay, you know what? You're just gonna stay put. I don't like doing that, but... Oh, okay. That's why that thing's awesome. That's ridiculous. Like, yeah, we took out the trooper, but we also took out the rest of the the rest of the we took out the rest of the mech with it too. Okay, well, we found a job for the behemoth. All right, they drop down on the other side of the map, so that's going to be inconvenient. I'm assuming if I dash with this guy, he burns up immediately. Nope. Okay. How many dashes can I afford? Not that many. He's not going to be that close. Okay, so again, this is going to be one of those ones where we... Like, this round is going to be all about clearing the distance as much as possible. That's 3 dashes in a row the Hermes can get away with. Okay, I want to see if I can get away with a 4th one. I'm not going to do this. Okay, no. Okay, 4 is the max. Doesn't exactly have a lot of cover, which I'm maybe a little worried about, but... Also, given all the difficulty I've had trying to engage these guys in mountains, my goal with my melee unit is going to be closing the distance in a way that keeps me on the sort of the flatter parts. So I'm not going to do the dash on that on the odd chance that it causes me to burn up. It's probably not a bad idea for me to conserve some heat in order to be able to do the move as well. Okay, so I did a bunch of running, so why didn't I just dash the whole way? Just gonna push this ahead. Well, I wanted to push it as close as far. Hey, Sniper Guy, how you doing? It has been a while since I got a chance to do this for Mr. Sniper Guy, although some of you have seen the hosts. Sniper Guy Gaming is a very good streamer. He actually does quite a bit of BattleTech, so I have a feeling that Phantom Brigade will be up his alley. This game rocks, Sniper Guy. Sniper Guy is actually, oddly enough, one of the people who is responsible for getting me into Destiny 2. He has a really great love of it. Now, I had plans to sort of do some more kind of co-op oriented content with someone, and then they kind of didn't follow through on it. And this was the time I'd bought all the DLC on sale. So now there's like a new full price DLC out, but because I haven't really, like, I now kind of know what happens if I don't have just this regular driver to kind of keep me doing it. I've been a little reluctant to pick up the paid content for the latest one. I mean, I'll probably just enjoy what I can for free, and then if I feel I can dedicate the time to it, I will. But Sniper Guy was actually he has a tremendous. He doesn't actually play it a lot on his stream, at least when I'm watching, but. He has a tremendous love for it. He's got a really infectious kind of enthusiasm for that game, and it was definitely enough for me to try out Destiny 2. And I wound up sinking some money inside of it. So You beat a new raid today. Very nice. But yeah, so first of all, this is by Brace Yourself Games, which is a wonderful Canadian company. They're based in Vancouver, and I miss Vancouver so much, with all due respect to Sean. Oh yeah, actually, sorry. Where's my... oh, my browsers aren't open. I think that's the address. Sean is a member. I don't know if you got a chance to see the presentation I gave from the data. If not, I'll tell you what company it was for, Sean, because I can't remember if I actually told you that. But Sean is someone I met through the local game dev collective. So I'm, of course, speaking with him in the same hallowed tones as Brace Yourself Games. But yeah, he's a game designer, and I think you should check out his stuff. You just recently released something new, but I haven't played it yet. What did you... I'm sorry, I'm really bad at... It's like TMI, isn't it? Or it's like a play on it. It seemed well received. I haven't heard from Derek since it, so maybe I deeply offended him. No, I think Derek probably has better things to do than salve my worries. But yeah, if you don't want to subject yourself to the VOD, I'm happy to tell you what the company was. But yeah, it seemed like people liked it, and I heard from the head of the studio. I gave them my okay to, unlike my draft. So they did a couple of revisions, and I sort of said, these are actually really good revisions, but it does change what the data says. So I offered a couple of corrections in terms of where I thought it was saying something that wasn't in there. But I heard from them the last couple of days, so I think there's a blog post that's going to be coming out of that. And then I'm assuming that will probably result in a few other emails and people just generally talking about how to use that method. And hopefully, personally, I'm actually really looking forward to doing it for other games. But maybe that's another conversation for another time. Anyways, guys, I really hope, Sean, please put your proper link in if I did it wrong. Sean makes very small games, but really interesting ones. And I think there's a lot of game development. So like some of you may remember when I did the game Spring Falls. This is by Eric Billingsley, also known as Sparse Games. That's another really good example of local talent where, it's just one of these things where you get to see the flesh and blood that makes it, but you're kind of like, no, that stuff is magical. It just comes out of nowhere with no effort, no... it's just one of these things you knock out over a weekend, right? There's quite a bit of talent in here, and I think Sean is gifted as a presenter as well as a game developer. It's a lot of fun to see him present his games as well as share them. They're definitely going to be a little bit different from what you might be used to. It's not going to be like Phantom Brigade, for instance. But I think Sean is particularly gifted at being able to find how you can really turn the knobs on a tool and make it do the sorts of things that you'd never thought possible. And oh, this is interesting. It looks like they adjust the timeline based on your heat. Maybe I'm reading that wrong, but there's definitely differences inside of that timeline. Again, and Eric is somebody who's made a game we had good fun with on the stream, and there's some other things that'll be coming out which I can't tell you about because I haven't actually experienced all that much of it. But there's definitely some stuff that I'm really looking forward to. That when those developers are ready to share it, I'm hoping to get a chance to be able to play that for you and see if it's something you're interested. Anyways, I was talking about Canadian game developers so that Sniper Guy Gaming can appreciate the glory that is Phantom Brigade. So if you have to, so there's a way of talking about games, and I'm really trying to minimize the number of times. I will be getting to the gameplay in a minute again, but I did want to at least say what this game is to Sniper Guy. Robots. I don't always like the fact that a lot of my references are just movies and video games. I actually really like reading books, and I wish I read more fiction than I actually do, although I am improving on that. I'm also back to learning language. But speaking of, oh, it's like 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get the extra points. Oh God, it's so good. Have you ever seen the movie? Not the movie, the TV series Devs, Sniper Guy. It's not important if you have, but for those of you that do like to refer to games in light of similar experiences, I can say that this game has sort of the precision or sort of the certainty about enemy actions like Into the Breach. It has got the sort of the make the most out of very small fragments of time feeling from Frozen Synapse, Frozen Cortex, and Frozen Synapse 2. And then, of course, it's very hard to talk about turn-based tactics games without thinking about XCOM 2. But definitely the idea about having a mobile base and sort of customizing your units and the fatigue and all of those things. You know, whether you want to reference Darkest Dungeon, whether you want to reference XCOM, particularly War of the Chosen. I don't think it's unfair to also say XCOM inside of it, but it's a good it's a great experience. It's very much its own game. But I mean, I think probably at least some of the reason why I think this game is so incredible is because it's combining 3 games I really, 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 really like. Sorry, I should have showed you my guys do their fancy run. They are going to be adding a proper replay feature, but I think one of the things that really gets me the most about this game is just how cinematic it all is. We crushed the cars. You know, like, clearly what we had there was just our 3 mechs running in ready for the conflict. This is the sort of thing you'd see in like the title screen of a TV show, right? You got the 2 groups of enemies and they're like running towards each other, getting ready to deliver the opening blow of the fight, and then you got the titles that come up in the middle. Mech Force. But yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, it's probably not worth going into too much detail about where the dev stuff comes from. Sniper Guy, just if you'd seen it, I would have had a convenient reference. Okay, so what we're up against, we've got the R0 Trooper. So they're rocking a heavy machine gun. They're a lot smarter about the way that they use this than I am, because they actually stand and fire away with this thing. Of course, this is also why some of the weapons I choose are ones that have lower dispersal, for the very reason that it's kind of nice to be able to, you know, let her rip. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up with the shots here. So oddly enough, I might have just enough time to be able to vamoose. So I shoot. See ya. Oh, that is so good. So basically, we get to fire completely on him. We dash, and we get behind the building right when he starts opening up with his machine gun. Okay. So these things are rockin' cannons, so these things are actual threats. Oh, that's dirty. Okay, so the that's frustrating. The autocannon's the one that you want to be scared of at close range. It's useless against the enemy when it's at long range. So the best would have been if if it was flipped around, if the melee guy was coming after this tank, but it's not going to happen. So it's not even worth me thinking about. Okay, so it looks like there's actual. Still 64%. Yeah, but this thing does such a ridiculous amount of damage that I don't think it's going to matter. Okay. So if I just decide to straight up melee this guy, I wonder what happens. So close the distance a little bit. I really just want to see what it looks like. It's a little melee, or it's a little distance. Okay, so he does start firing. This will actually be a really interesting test about how effective that stuff is. I wonder if I can start my run just a little bit earlier. Like, I want to get this guy right when he gets in range. Wow. Oh, no, no, I know what I want to do. Oh, this will look so cool if I can do 2 in a row. I'd have to change the angle, though. Oh! God damn, son! I don't care if I just eat all of the autocannons straight in the back. I have to see what this looks like. So... we run into the close range one, /1, /2 and behind. Oh, God. Can I get him again? Now, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is customary in this case. So if this guy gets, like, a kill... I believe it's customary to say something like "nothing personal, kid," right? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm very happy that we might be able to do the most stylish possible move. Okay, I mean, what's the point in having a shield if I'm not going to use it, right? So, we know the cannon's coming after me. There's not a lot that I can do about... well, okay, that's actually not entirely true. So my hope was to try and get around the edge like this and be able to blast him in the back. That's still possibly on the... that's still possibly in the cards. But I feel like there's better things that I can do. So if I do something like this... okay, so it's still a pretty direct shot. I don't really see a lot of ways that I can avoid that first shot. If I try and go up the mountain... oh yeah, actually that's one thing I can do. So I can definitely speed things up by... well, actually, you know what? That accomplishes something. I might possibly be in... I might possibly force him into a less than ideal range there. It's daylight at 8 p.m. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. You're in like the weird backwards world of New Zealand. Say hi to the billionaire for me. Well, billionaires. Okay. So I guess the last question is, what do I want to do with this guy? Okay, well clearly we wait out the... clearly we wait out the machine gun. Sure. Okay, just as long as nobody crashes into each other. Okay. I'm so interested in seeing... you know what part of the map I want to see. Okay, that was super cool. This guy is about to have an extremely bad day. I am slightly annoyed that that guy got tagged after all that. Okay, so who hates who? Tank's still shooting at the shield guy, then he goes after Hermes. This tank, if it's still alive, is going to... You can do it, my friend. I believe in you. No? Okay. Oh, that's right, because he's finishing off his shot here. He's just still going to be shooting through the building, though. So now that I know how these attacks work, like, I am just going to be trying to find new and increasingly stylish ways to do these melee attacks, especially when it's hitting people from behind. Yeah, but they pick, like, the perfect place to avoid that. Okay. Oh, interesting. So... And then he decides... Okay. Looks like there's a lot of hate for my shield guy, actually. So, I'll call that an insurance policy, just in case. Okay, this will be interesting. So let's say I just hop up on that building. It's really hard to make any of that work. Okay, so the next approach that I need to take is just to make sure that this guy goes to safety. Yeah, it's not really any more complicated than that. And what that means is the rest of my guys get to, and I mean, as a, again, insurance policy, set myself up. Okay, so if I can, duck and... Actually, here's an interesting idea. So if I dash... So this guy, I don't believe has taken... Yeah, he has not taken any damage yet, so I better be pretty confident in my ability to seal the deal, to just stand there and tank a shot from him. And I actually don't see any reason to take that risk. So my shield bearer is not really under any threat at the moment, so I'm going to get him to move out of the way, and then I'll get him to sort of jump aggressively forward. Now it's important that I don't step in front of the machine gun fire, because that can still hurt. But I think at this point, so I should get a better read on the... Okay, so basically it's effective up to the end. Moving back gives me a little bit of extra cooldown, but I am hoping that I can blast a second shotgun before the end of the turn. Maybe. I'm gonna hope that that cooling that I put in is in place. Okay, so clearly I gotta wait a little while for my my friend to run by. And the hope here is that by the time... I'm not so sure. Not so sure of the angles here. Ah, there we go. That was particularly clever on the AI's part, actually. Because there's no way I can really access this guy without putting my people at risk. So you know what? I just say I don't need to worry so much about what the AI wants to do. So we wait a little while. It feels weird to waste a turn like this. We do also know that there are going to be enemy units that show up. But we know where the enemies are now, so we might as well deal with it. Now, I'm assuming that this thing's going to get taken out. Oh yeah, actually, hang on. I don't know if anybody else is actually attacking this thing. Okay. I don't know for sure that this thing's dead. So maybe as an insurance policy. Let me clip it. And then I'm going to say I want to bring this guy in. Regardless of his ability to seal the deal with the other tank, I think we just need to get him closer to the action. Okay, made the right choice there. That thing isn't dead yet. Okay, that tank's dead. Pilot's down. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. Okay, so 2 new mechs. That looks like a really cool gun to pick up. Oh, sorry. I'm off to bed. This game looks rad. Definitely going on the wish list. Have a good stream. Thank you very much, Sniper Guy Gaming. I hope I get a chance to catch your stuff soon. Again, please do check him out. He is a good guy. CPO Williams says, Sword has to stay for style system shock. Single greatest mech move I've seen. Oh god, yeah. Especially because you get to, like, chain them together. I truly cannot wait for some of the missions where there's just a whole bunch of enemies in the same spot and we just go ham. God, I am just thinking of all of the possibilities, and I am just increasingly more excited as I think about every possible one that can come up. So, I'd prefer to hit this guy in the back if I can, but I want to get the damage in early, regardless of... Actually, that still works pretty well. Okay, that doesn't really seem to be doing a whole lot, so I'm going to have to hope that we can do a little bit better than we have in finishing this guy off. But again, we know where the source of the threat is, right? Once this thing is done, it's our turn to play. So, I'm gonna set up my shield. Turns out I don't even really need it that long. I'm going to set up the shield again just in case. But if I get an opportunity... Okay. It's a tight window. I'm not really sure I'm going to be able to do anything about... that. The distance is just too close. So basically I need to... You know what? Let's give this thing a... Let's give this thing a proper test. I want to see how good this shield is at protecting me from stuff like that. That's a bunch of nonsense. Okay, yeah, it... Yes, I kind of get it. I'm just annoyed. Okay, so different approach. I know I'm not going to be damaging them. So I'm just going to scram. Actually, that's, yeah. There might be another way that I can try and make that stuff work, but I just don't see a lot of value in trying. Especially because Hermes is available. Hermes is going to be able to do a lot of magic in the back. The real question is, can I get him in optimal range of my long-range weapon? At the end, yes, but let's focus on what we can do in the here and now. I really hope I don't burn that thing. Really hope I don't burn my guy up doing that. And I think I'm gonna be like the Grand Old Duke of York and get my marksman into right back into his perch. There may be a better spot for them, but honestly, like, this guy is very heavily armored, so the plan is just to get him to stand and, you know, take his shots when he can. You don't get to attack units when they show up at the start of the turn, so he's just going to sit there. I believe that's the turn spoken for. So the real question here is whether or not we're able to get this guy taken out, either through knocking him out or otherwise inconveniencing him. Okay, right arm's down. Neck is still up. Oh, no, lower body. Oh, no. So he's going to limp. It's not at all clear whether or not he's actually down for the count. I am going to make a... I'm going to make a bit of a guess here that we've finished the job. But that is exactly what that is. That is actually a guess. It's mostly just because I want to have my guys ready for the other confrontation. We got a long way to go, so... Although I suppose at least now I know... Ooh. Okay, well, they're going to try and shoot through a building, so I think I can live with that. Okay, so what are we up against? We've got a shield with a shotgun, it looks like. Yeah, heavy shotgun. I don't really think that is within 12 to 27, so I'm not too worried about them. This guy's got an HMG and a shield, so this is a pretty standard bunch of bozos that we need to deal with. I think they're slightly out of range for me. Yeah, so actually, it's funny, right between those two buildings is in the kill zone, so... I suppose I could move it up a little bit. So if I do something like that... It's like... Funny thing is, I don't actually want too many opportunities for them to close the gap on me, right? Like, the perfect one would be if I can fire off 2 of those, but that's not what's going to happen. So I'm going to wait it out for the duration. Now, this is actually... So this is where I sort of realize the limitation of the sniper approach. So in future, what I'm going to do... So I've got a 1681... And essentially what I'm going to do for the next the next build on this guy is to say that the most obvious next candidate is indeed at the minimum optimal range for the marksman rifle. So essentially I need to find something that's got a max distance of 60 for the sidearm. And in this case, I believe the medium handgun is not. So I guess that means that it's the heavy pistol that I go for. That can't be right, though, because I thought the heavy pistol had a minimum distance of 60 as well. I'm going to have to double check that. But it seems to me after waiting, the move that we got to do, and actually, nope, I bet you I can't dash, not just because I'm on hills, but because I'll burn up. Yeah, so snipers aren't quite what I thought they would be. That's fine, though. This is about learning. Okay, again, this is more of a building turn, but let's see. Oh no, actually, I still got to see if this guy gets taken out. So let's start by seeing the magic. Okay, that's not sufficient to take him. That is a terrifying amount of damage from the marksman rifle, though. Okay. So they really want my marksman, and they really want my... By the way, this is what a heavy machine gun does to a building, so don't rely on that cover too forcefully. Anyways, chip damage on the marksman so far. I think what I'm going to try and do here is slightly angle myself to be able to get a sniper shot on this on the heavy machine gunner. So it's likely that they're going to be able to get some shots off, but what I want to see is I always keep kind of overestimating the kill zone. Yeah, so I can only really start that shot. Wow, that's a... Well, it's better than nothing. I think this guy is going to come in for the party. Okay, can't get away with that. I think this is just going to be a straight up, like, shotgun to the face kind of an affair. Yeah, he's ejecting, so we don't need to worry about that. Now this guy's got some pretty sweet range. Unfortunately, the hills are in the way. That's a start. Just let me make sure that I'm not... okay. I'm not hitting my own guys doing that. So, looks like it's the same old shenanigans. So what I'm going to do here... I'm going to set myself up with a shield when this guy decides to... So this is actually really interesting. So... if I just straight up walk to where I want to go... Actually, let's just say I walk to close the gap with him. That is timed perfectly so that I wind up on the wrong side of that building. So what can I do to... So the perfect version of this, of course, is something that results in me dashing into him at the end. I think it's probably fair to say that's a pretty optimistic... That's a pretty optimistic outcome. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get a little cool... Actually, maybe I can just... Because I'm not going to be doing the attack right away. So if I do 3 dashes... And on the other side of the building, as a precautionary measure, I get to put up my shield. I suppose the remaining question is, do I really want to try and tank that that machine gun on my shield? Survey says no. I actually think sticking behind the buildings is a more sensible course of action. Okay. I'll try and angle it so that we can see the ejection in the back. Ooh, that's gross. That needed to be a lot better than that really was. Wow, he's still out for my blood. Okay. Gonna change it up. Ooh, it's a long and winding road. I might wind up taking some damage off of this, but again, style points, right? Oh wait, but the machine gun actually has a that machine gun actually has a brutal drop off. So what if I just go for some repeat business? Physics doesn't work like that. Fair enough. I accept the rebuke game. Okay, this game is great. So the great news is, with this guy so obsessed with bringing the murder on my melee unit, Sniper Bro cools down. Actually, so here's a question. What if I just went for it? I think that works better, to be honest. So basically, you just wind up trading shotgun shots, which I'm completely fine with because Mr. Hermes over here is going to dash, try and get some distance between the two. It's optimistic. And again, it would be lovely if I could. It'd be lovely if I could try and make. Make the primary weapon work here. But at this point, I'm okay just getting some damage in the back. It actually puts him in a decent spot, too, to take this guy out. So you obviously know which side of the map I'm a bit more interested in as far as the action's concerned. But okay, red arm's down, so I don't need to worry about the weapons anymore. I'm pretty sure everybody's down. Yeah, so that guy's straight up dead. Pilot's going to eject. Nothing else to see here. Corner potato chip. So, more damage on the melee unit than I wanted. Okay, so the funny thing is that I was really underwhelmed with the melee attacks at the start, and now that I see how they work and how specifically they're all about positioning, like, if anything, I just want to straight up replace the behemoth with the lightest possible armor. Like, the way... So, I think this is just going to be a function of the way that the game is at the moment. And it's actually not a bad time to bring up the roadmap because I don't know if I have another mission in me. We'll see. I'll see how I'm feeling by the end of it. So 55 seconds duration, 435 damage taken, 4,525 damage inflicted. No units lost, no subsystems lost, 142 actions planned, almost 2.5 kilometers traveled, 2 enemy units destroyed. Still says no parts detected on site. I think that's a bunch of lies. And 197 supplies detected on site. So we found Nox light body, that's good. Light machine gun, but machine guns haven't exactly been sparking joy so far. Active heat sink. Nox medium body part, another firewall shield. It'd be interesting if there's like a scrap mechanic in this in terms of getting rid of the gear that you don't really want. And an Elbrus, no salvage from the tank, improved gyro. The gyros are pretty good for movement, it seems. Tower, heavy body parts. Yeah. You can dispatch the salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. So, as always, I want to salvage. Now, what I'm interested in here, I can build a new unit out of this. So let's start with that. We are now above where we should be fatigue-wise, and we actually, the funny thing is that where we are right now, we don't actually have any obvious steps in terms of getting our health back. So, like, when it comes down to the next few steps, what I think is going to be happening is we're going to be going to a fort, we're going to be going to a farm, and then after that we're going to have an outpost, a village, and a barracks, and we're going to have absolutely no way of getting our pilot... No, sorry, that's not true, because this number will be going down over time because it's over 100. I will verify that. Oh yeah, sorry, I was going to talk about the roadmap. So, we are in the closing days of November. This is the early access release. It's on the Epic Games Store for a month. Not a month. This month, likely for a year. However, it is important to remember that Phantom Brigade is currently listed as to be determined on Steam. So, you know, the fact that it's on Steam says that it's likely gonna happen. However, there is no, like, just because Epic has a year of exclusivity does not mean that the developer is under any obligation to release the game after a year, right? December is a quality of life update, player requested quality of life improvements, supply economy and workshop options, new combat environments, and UI UX improvements. In January, there's a campaign update, so diverse combat scenarios, new narrative events, new combat environments, and campaign map improvements. So I think it was Angry Cat who was asking about the story. I think we're going to see a lot more of that in January. And then the one I'm really looking forward to is February's Arsenal update. So Melee 2.0, that will be fascinating. But what I'm particularly interested in here too is the idea of missile and artillery weapons. It also says additional enemy types, because the way that I have been playing this game so far has been taking advantage of a lot of buildings to minimize the damage that I take. There have definitely been some scenarios where my units wind up completely untouched because we've been able to hide behind hills and buildings. And I think that strategy will be completely annihilated by the introduction of artillery, because artillery is going to be perfectly happy to just sit back and lob stuff over, over the buildings that you're hiding behind. So that I think that's going to be particularly interesting. Although, I mean, honestly, diverse combat scenarios. I have a fairly clear idea of what that's going to mean. I think being able to play a game like this towards objectives itself is going to be a really interesting take. So, but man, this is such a strong start for a game. So here's an example, right? I really liked Industries of Titan, but I had a very different idea of what kind of a game that was supposed to be on release. I think I have a very clear idea of what this game is going to be like, and this is just on its own. I just think this is something where I was very impressed by just how engaged it made me from the very start. So I have been doing this for 3 hours. It's almost 3 in the morning. All right. I'll at least tick down the timer. Let's see if we can get that fort. And no promises, but... To be honest, there's also a side of me that says that shields kind of suck on melee units. I think there's a good argument for just putting a sword and a pistol on my melee guys. Maybe not even a sword and a pistol. Maybe something long range. But yeah, so the fatigue's coming back down. Woo! 2 swords. I don't think you can, but that would be awesome. Alright, you can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up! Don't we have a new... I guess we were done building it. I probably should have seen if there's any improvements. So yeah, I mean... So this thing's got mass of 4. If I give this thing the heavy handgun, it's a mass 1. It's a distance of 60 to 78. Yeah, that's the funny thing compared to the sniper rifle. I guess I need that. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, there's just a huge gap in the distance, I guess. Okay, so this will be interesting. So the idea here is that we use the heavy handgun to Ocean looks pretty good on that, actually. The blue doesn't quite do it for me, though. Gray's a little too miserable. You know what? Let's make that part of the uniform. But yeah, so the idea here is that as he's closing the distance, he keeps firing away with the pistol, and then once the job's done, once he's in range to get the job done, he lets her rip with the sword. So let's see if we can give him any better body parts. So better mass on the Nox Light compared to the medium. Not so good on the heat. So why is that? Probably the gear that he's got on it. Thing is, the heat's really going to be the thing that makes that guy work. Okay, so unless there happens to be a better sword, I don't see any point in changing that. I got a Nox Light. never changing those. Interesting. Slightly worse heat dissipation, but better integrity and mass. So we'll give him some chunky legs. This is a mech that does not skip leg day. And what have we got right now? We got a hydraulic system, mass, and heat dissipation, and the alternative would be... what? So yeah, this is a weird one. It feels like some of these things don't really explain what they do. I think I'm just going to go with the default setup because I saw scary numbers. But this guy's starting to give Hermes a run for his money as far as speed. So this is 1507 versus 1662. So that shield really made all the difference. And I'm not really sure that it earned its keep. So... okay, the Lance. It's really hard to improve this guy now. Like, he's sitting on a Nox Heavy that's a pretty solid piece of kit. I am always interested if there's slightly better shields that I can be equipping. Looks like this firewall... nope. Not even the firewall. It's pretty unlikely I'm gonna get a better shotgun. Yeah. Sometimes you just have a perfect mech. I believe that perfect mech is Hermes, by the way, but okay, so Nox Light. So my guess here again, we've probably got a device that's making this particular Nox Light body better. This is actually a level 2 compared to the Nox Light over here. But I'm given the fact that I said that I kind of wanted to wrap things up, it's maybe not a good time for me to be reconsidering my approaches. So here's what we're going to do here. I just want to see if I can get a slightly better medium handgun. There's no possible way I'm going to get something better than 157 damage. Although I am surprised that there's another large gun. And the AR-1, oddly enough, is actually continuing to do the Lord's work. Especially for this particular unit. I'm not crazy about maybe the time that it takes. Oh no, it was the distance that was screwing with me. The 45... yeah, but that's true for all of these AR standards. Do I even have an assault rifle that does otherwise? There's the burst that does 130 damage. That was like the first one that I've got for my group. Okay. It doesn't make sense to change any of that. Quick scan of the arms and legs. Again, I don't really think I'm going to be seeing much in the way of improvements, but doesn't hurt to verify that you didn't pick up something sweet on a trip. So I'm actually reasonably happy with where this guy's at. I will admit I'm a little weirded out by... oh yeah, okay, so I forgot to change livery. It's very important to make this your baby. Well, we're gonna probably change that gun anyway, but just in case. Okay, so the left item right now I'm sitting on a 2439. The baseline has a 60 to 81. So the best case scenario is I find a weapon that's able to cover the distance between those two. I don't think that's going to happen. So 2742. I mean, I can at least get the 42. I'm currently sitting on a 2439, so I can at least get a little bit of extra distance. So we've got one that does 84. Ooh. Well, I guess tickling them will annoy them at least. And as always, quick check to see. Really, at this point, because I've kind of got a flow going with this team, this is a little bit more about finding strictly dominant parts. I think there's definitely room to change around with stuff. So to be honest with you, like the machine guns, the marksman rifles, the sort of stuff where it's not as effective to stand, and like the sort of stuff that doesn't play well with like moving around the battlefield a whole lot. I really feel like mobility is the best approach to the combat. And here they are. Great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. They'll send back up our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. Eliminate all hostiles and reinforcements arriving at turn 3. I like this map a lot because it's really easy to just spoil their day with hiding behind buildings. More importantly, last time we did this one, excuse me, my behemoth was super slow. That's not happening anymore. Now, unfortunately, unless I can deliver on the marksman rifle in short order, okay. Well, what are they shooting us with? Is the first question. So he's Chevy shotgun. Get out of here. They're both using. That's just silly. Like, why would you even waste your shot? No, okay, I've actually done shots like that. I know exactly why you waste your shot like that. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm just going to ignore the shotgun. Oh, bad luck. That's a narrow window to make that happen, my friend. Actually, hang on. I might be psyching myself out here. What does the AI say is the right thing to do? Or not the AI, the UI. Okay, I don't want to stick around any longer, but I think we can at least get a start. Now we know this guy's going to be targeted no matter what. So first best is to... Okay, I can't jump in front of the shot. So here's an interesting question. If I just do something like this... Say, I'm not scared of you. I mean, it is a heavy shotgun, right? So it's not that big of a threat till... And I just walk over here. Oh, that doesn't work. Kind of playing with fire there, so maybe I dash. And I burn up because I recklessly use... screw it. If I take damage, I take damage. But it seems to me that I can have some fun with Sword Bro. I'm going to hope that that works. This guy's gonna feel a little left out of the fun stuff, but can I get away with a third? Nope, I burn up. So what I really want to try and do on this is the dodge this maneuver. It'd be great if I could get a flank in, but even a second best of, or not a flank, like to hit him in the back to take out the pilot, that's like a first best. But even what I got here works for me. Anyways, we all know where the action is, so let's watch it happen. I just shot my own guy in the back like an idiot. All right. Well, that was some really stupid damage that I took for no good reason, but that's life. Okay, well, this guy... Unfortunately, I'm already committed to the melee attack, so... Oh, this guy is picking the wrong time to show up. I wonder if I can make the angles work on that. This is going to be so incredibly badass if I... No, okay. It's close, but... gives me a chance to cool down, I guess, anyway. Oh, wow, that's pretty unforgiving, actually. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move out like this. It's a hard angle. Wow, that's a lot more hard to hit than I thought it would be. I really just thought I could zip through all of these streets and have my way with them. Okay. Yeah, those narrow paths just don't work at all. Now, in one sense, I don't necessarily need to worry, right? Because then I just do a pretty vanilla attack like that. Wait, really? I can't be near any buildings, it looks like. It's so weird how some of these angles wind up working. Like, it kind of makes... When I see it, it makes sense. But, like, building it, it feels a little... Feels a little odd. Okay, so if I just, like, went straight behind... Yeah, so, like, this is where it gets weird, right? It feels like whatever I do... I just inevitably wind up crashing into that building. So I'm actually going to leave this. I'm going to leave this unit to last. So this guy's the new public enemy #1. It looks like. So I wonder if I can just like get out of dodge with a zoop. Interesting. That might work. No, but he tries to hit me again, so... I just sit behind my fortress and let everybody else do the work. But we do get valuable information in terms of where he's looking, so I'm going to have a couple of units that are in the area to make him miserable. Unfortunately, I'm nowhere near the range that I need to be for the pistol, so... This is really just the dodge so I can get a clear shot. So this clear, set up. Just shoot straight down the city streets. And finally, Hermes. So it's actually in Hermes' best interest to just stand here and wait for... You know what? Unless there's a heat problem, I think I'm just gonna rock and roll and not worry so much about getting the shots in the back. I'm not entirely convinced shots like that are gonna work. I'm gonna take the long way around and prep for my next adventure. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. Okay, so the thing I'm most interested in is where this guy is directing his attention. So it looks like they're all coming from this side. I chose the worst possible way to get this guy out of the action, but fortunately I can spend the turn walking in range, and with any luck, I'm hoping these hills don't screw me, but my hope is that we basically just zip around and have a barrel of laughs. All right. And he still seems to really hate this guy. But again, this actually works to my advantage. So we set up the shield. Plan always is to keep buildings between us. But there's a very important function of this little dance. Okay, I need to express at least some sense. Okay, there we go. So this is a whole shield round, right? But the plan is that I'm now in perfect shotgun range for the reinforcements. So there's going to be a combination of melee unit and shotgunner in place to just have, you know, have party time with the bad guys. And I think looking at this fellow, I just move it back like this. So yeah, he's still in the kill zone, and I think we actually get a hit on the back. So we already know what's going on there. There may be a small argument for... Nope, I do not want to shoot my ally in the back like I've already been doing. This will almost certainly overheat, so no point in shooting through the buildings. This is going to feel a little weird. Yeah, so my one worry about this is that I'm going to be building up some heat. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. It's definitely better to get this piece off the board before I do anything else. So the thing that's a little funny about this one is I always talk about all the buildings that create cover for me here, and yet when I'm engaging this additional force, I've got 3 people out of cover. Almost certainly 2, if not 3 of them are going to be attacked. The other thing I maybe want to consider here is like, okay, so I got my sniper in place. I'm generally okay with where all of this is going. But maybe I should also be expressing some thoughts about where I want to be in the next turn, right? So I should have a fairly clear shot on one of these units. So I'll set up, you know, this street's kind of worked well enough for me so far. Oh, hang on. No, I'm not, because I'm... Oh, no, yes I am. For some reason I thought I was on a... I thought I was on top of something. Okay, anyways. Stay put. Move up a little bit. Hopefully we can rain down some death on the tanks. And again, I'm assuming that this guy gets taken out, but we don't actually have any guarantee of that. Okay, again, do not mess with the sniper rifle. That thing is terrifying. And also probably destroys all my scrap, but that's life. Okay, so first of all, what are we up against? We've got standard cannon, and a sniper rifle. Oh, this is so good. These guys don't have any chance. Well, maybe they do because of the damn mountains. Okay, we're going to start with that. It said one of these was okay. I'll live with that. Before I do that, though, I might actually be putting this guy into a whole bunch of... savings not currently supported during combat. This features in development. Okay, so I may actually wind up wrecking my, my mech doing this. Still gonna be fun. Okay, with that out of the way, shotgun friend. Okay, maybe don't shoot through the mountain. You're not that good. This is just in prep for the attack that's coming after him. Okay, so that tank is the threat to this guy. Funny thing is, I'm gonna bet that I can go around like this. And then I can go around like... Yep, like that. Oh god, that works so well. So the one thing I don't know is whether or not I actually have a shot on this. Yeah, that's not happening. So unfortunately, none of these angles really work. I'll move forward. I might be able to pop something off with the medium. Nah, even then it's not. The angles don't work. Alright, well, I want to see what happens with my melee. Oh, okay, they bang into each other and it falls down and it's sad. Oh, it looks like kind of the whole turn gets... Oh, Jesus. She's really close to concussion, actually. So if anybody's going to try and do an attack on... Okay, so she's got to... Like, basically, I need to make every effort I can to make sure she takes no further damage. I just might have made a perfect for... Nah. It's dangerous, but I think... this is my best hope of keeping her safe. Next threats. So first thing to shoot at her... Actually, better still, what's the thing that shoots at her that has the chance of actually delivering the kill? Wait, I must be misreading that, because it also seems to suggest that this unit's on the brink of concussion. This bar indicates how much concussive damage the pilot has sustained this battle. Reaching the threshold results in the pilot collapsing, losing control of the unit. So I guess it gets higher. So maybe I don't need to be such a scaredy cat. It's a tough call, though, right? Because if I wind up losing one of my stronger units on a misunderstanding, I'm not exactly going to be happy about it. Okay, so for starters, like, is there just some fancy ass? Probably not. So maybe just getting out of the fight isn't actually the worst thing I could be doing with this unit overall until we're in more favorable conditions. There are simply other things I can be doing with my units. So I'm just going to clear her out of the way. Okay, now it seems to me that this is the time for the sniper to shine. Or it would if they didn't have to shoot through a mountain. Okay. Well, still not impossible for us to do something here, so... That is definitely not what I want to be shooting at. Okay, close enough to what I need. I'm actually going to say that that's sufficient to kill that. I declare it. Oh, they're not shooting at me. Okay. So I could also take out the... So this is actually the tough call that I run into on this one. So one possibility I run into is I just walk forward. Gotta be a little careful in terms of the angles of things. So, okay, that bangs into my ally, so we will wait a little bit. Why am I putting my shield up? Nobody's attacking me. Well, they sort of are, but... Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is not looking like a good round for my melee unit, because all of the movements I can do are ones that result in getting a little bit of damage. But I gotta work with the world as it is. So I know I'm not gonna completely avoid it. So my next best is to come up with a game plan that makes them pay for whatever damage I get. So again, smacking this guy in the back with a shotgun seems like a really good way to boost the concussion damage. This guy's hopefully going to take that thing off the rails, and as a follow-up trick, I'm going to hit him with a medium gun. And then Hermes should be kicking around somewhere. I should have a whole other unit. Yes! Cool. What do I want you to do? Well, it seems to me probably the best first move is to try and take this guy out. He's not quite in medium range. So if I tried to extend that, I wouldn't be optimal. Yeah, and shooting through a mountain is dumb. Okay, so I know how I handle that. I match the movements to the target, and then I'm allowed to do whatever I want. So assuming that thing is still alive, we can clean it up next round, but then I also get a shot on the back to a primary target. Okay, so again, I want to see what happens to my melee unit. Are you kidding me? I didn't see that in the framework at all. That's really bad. That we actually had two collisions like that. Okay, so this guy is gonna hit. Okay, he's gonna turn around and go after Hermes. This thing's inactive. We've got one tank on the field. Okay, so we need to start taking this a little more seriously. I'm going to assume my fatigue is going to be catastrophic off of that. So, for starters, shotgun to the tank. Hopefully more than one. Yep. Is this thing actually attacking this turn? Yes, he's coming after the behemoth, which probably doesn't actually have any kind of a reply to this attack. So, oh, okay, well, if he wants to burn up, that's his business, but probably not conducive to a long and healthy life. So, you know what? The fact of the matter is the only real options I have here are just to stand and deliver, because if I turn back, then that's going to mean concussion damage on my guy. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, I suppose the better question for me here, knowing that he's going to be shooting after me... Oh, actually... Okay, so if I do this dash, still they bang into each other. Okay. Well, that's more like it. So the plan here is I want to try and get a good angle to have a redemption moment. Yeah, there we go. And then my plan here, we fire... No way! I'm calling shenanigans on some of these. Okay, so we're out of danger. Okay, attack, zip. He shoots at me a little bit. We wait out the rest. You know what? It's not even worth waiting out the rest. Just zip back. Okay. Walk of shame back. And because it's always smart to shoot in the direction where your ally is going, we'll also open up when they come in. All right. I'm not too happy about the moves with the behemoth, but I think that's the life I'm living now. Oh, this guy's already taken out. Okay, so admittedly, that went to a very clowny place for a couple of turns. I'm gonna need to keep that in mind when it comes to melee units, but melee units are an incredibly stylish addition to a very, very stylish game. 30 seconds, damage taken 381. Almost certainly 2/3 of that was from self-inflicted. Damage inflicted on the enemy side, 2,161. No units lost, no subsystems lost. 94 actions planned, kilometer and change distance traveled, 2 units destroyed, no parts, 182 supplies on site. We got a regenerator off of a mech, which had, it looks like these guys had large pistols. No, that can't be right. It was a heavy shotgun. So the heavy shotgun here might be something that I can replace. Well, no, we had a blue tier. Maybe something that the lance can pick up. Oh, we walked away with a sniper rifle on that one, so I don't need to call it a marksman. So there's a difference between a marksman rifle and a sniper rifle in this game. So I should check the behemoth to see if one might be more appropriate. Destroyed tank. So let's see what this sniper rifle looks like. Standard issue long-range sniper, fires accelerated high-caliber shells with reduced accuracy when moving, and effective at short distances. Maverick model. Okay. Deploy salvage crews. Very definitely apply repair crews. And I'm well and truly done now, so we're an hour extra. It's 3 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. I haven't actually been getting the best sleep the last little while, and I really feel like I need, especially after today. Today was not an easy day, and that's not bad. Like sometimes a hard day is, you know, it is what it is, and you do the best that you have. But I know doubling down on like late night stuff, especially when I know I have a bunch of videos to record. So I got a dump truck of YouTube stuff to prepare for the weekend. I've got some cool projects that I've been working on that I lost a little momentum on in favor of doing some other things, but I've actually been feeling really good about finishing some of this stuff, so I want to try and keep it going. Okay, the standard assault rifle, medium handgun. This is a perfectly reasonable unit. Actually, oddly enough, it might be ranked better than my... Yeah, I guess not. So it says... Oh yeah, no, level 4. So this is apparently better than like all of my existing stuff. But we'll see whether or not I can use it effectively. That's the real test. No pilots are dead. And it looks like even though people kind of bonked into each other, all we had to pay was in repairs. It feels like we have the same fatigue. So I'll say it again. I'm sorry to sound like such a shill for this game, but frankly, I like sharing stuff that I enjoy. If you want to buy this game, I'm astonished at how... So if you follow Brace Yourself Game stuff, so Ryan Clark, the founder of the studio, has this series he does called Clark Tank. And he's talked about early access, and he's talked about sort of the importance of having something kind of polished when you release that. And some people follow it, some people don't, right? It's not like he has all of the game design answers. But it's really interesting. Ryan seems to be, and again, I say the first name because it's really weird to just say Ryan Clark all the time. It's not to imply that I know him in any way. um, seems to be one of these people who has that gift at being good at what they do, but also particularly good at articulating how they do it. So some of you may have had professors in school where they're like world class at their subject, and they cannot teach it to save their lives. And like what you can have some really wonderful teachers who never produce like a great work, whatever that's supposed to mean. But it feels like on Clark Tank, you get the indicate like so. The success as a game developer is, in my view, not in question. Just look at the track record. But looking at the Clark Tank, whether you look at sort of the regular episodes and just the casual comments that come up during the course of analysis, or some of the more interesting stuff that's been coming out lately, such as the Clark Tank Deep Dive, which seemed to be something specifically designed for YouTube, I really get the impression of someone who's got a particularly good analytical bent, and so something that allows them to be able to put into words that that an audience will be able to follow clearly. And it's really exciting to sort of see that sort of stuff, because then you get to see it inside of the games. And then on top of that, the Brace Yourself games are really fun. That's why I enjoy doing that. But yeah, with that in mind, I suppose even with that in mind, I may be so surprised at how polished this thing looks and feels so early on in the game. I'm incredibly grateful that I got a key for it. Like I said, I mean, I have this wonderful dilemma now of how much do I share of Industries of Titan and how much do I share of Phantom Brigade. And it feels okay right now that I'm doing a lot of Phantom Brigade because it just came out. Really, Fairchild. How long have you been here? I'll actually stop talking just to specifically deal with you. No, serious. Answer the question. I got nowhere to be. Like 15 seconds, 10 seconds, minutes. I don't give a shit what you're playing. I want you to answer the question. Yeah. Okay. So take a look down at the amount of time that I've been playing. I'm finishing for tonight. So I don't give a damn what you feel you're entitled to. If the first thing you're going to say in my channel is tell me to just play the game, like, go find someone else. I don't need you in here. So anyways, for the rest of you who actually care about the people who make the games behind this stuff, it's really neat to be able to see how the stuff that you'll learn inside of Clark Tank and how you'll learn some of the stuff that he talks about in terms of what makes a game good. Yeah, I can really tell how cool you are about that in the way that you want to have the last word. Like, you showed your whole ass on the internet. You can walk away with your tail between your legs, or you can try and come up with something a little more clever than whatever. But again, I don't particularly mind having some extra time on the stream here. It's already late for me, so. But for those of you that are interested in the stuff that goes into these particular games, you can check out the Clark Tank. You can check out the particularly the deep dive that they most recently did. And like I said, I mean, there's a lot of games where you will get these, you'll get these roadmaps, or there's some games where like I had them in early access and I didn't really feel a need to sort of go in and give feedback and things like that. And when it comes to when it comes to something like Phantom Brigade, and to a certain extent Industries of Titan, but like Phantom Brigade has definitely been one where I feel like it's lined up so well with my it's lined up really well with the kinds of things that I'm interested in terms of games. And like I said, it's cool that in terms of Phantom Brigade, it came out so recently. So in that case, I've been able to sort of mainline it for a long time. But I will admit, like Industries of Titan, I've kind of been waiting on a couple of patches, and then it felt like it was a good time to get back into the game. And then sort of Mass Effect came up and a whole bunch of other things. And again, it's going to be a little tricky in terms of coming up with a division between the two games. But as always, I'm really grateful to be able to get to cover this stuff from the keys from Brace Yourself. And for those of you that want to support cool games like that, I do encourage you to buy it. If you use it through the affiliate link, it does help me cover the cost of this sort of stuff, so I can shout at idiots. Or if nothing else, it makes sure that more money goes to the good people at Brace Yourself. On that note, though, I'm done. I will take a minute here to see if I can raid someone at 4 in the morning or thereabouts. I'm going to... it may be difficult, but if you hang around for a couple more minutes, I will see if I can find someone to pass it on to. It does require me to open my browser again, though. That is still the same. Yeah, that's not the same file. Okay. Okay, nobody's playing Phantom Brigade tonight, but we've got Fruit Melody, who's online. So Fruit Melody is, I actually know her better as an art streamer. She, like I said, there's no Phantom Brigade for me to show, so unfortunately I have to leave it there. But Fruit Melody is a wonderful streamer. She's very good at producing a lot of art for channels and whatnot, but she is currently playing Genshin Impact. I've also seen her do Phantasmophobia and an ill-fated Outlast stream. But she's actually a really friendly, really fun stream to be inside. So I will leave it at that. Sadly, Night Valian is off. But Fruit Melody is a wonderful place to be. I do hope you guys stick around for the raid, but I know it's late for me. I know it's probably late for you. Or alternatively, I ended it on a sour note, but I really don't like people like that in my channel. So... that's actually more of you than I thought there'd be. I hope you guys have a good night. I will be back on Monday for Age of Wonders Planetfall. And on Wednesday and Friday, I'm still going to have to sort out between Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. And but I'll try and come up with a balance between the two, with a slight bias towards Phantom Brigade up to the point that they release some new content on Industries of Titan, because I would at least like to get a proper save done on that. Treat Fruit Melody well, treat yourselves well, and I'll see you guys after the weekend.